Okay, we are live and recording.
All right, and welcome to the special Board of Education meeting of the Washington Unified School District, March 2nd, 2021 at 5:32 p.m. I'm going to open session with a roll call. Vice President Wong,
Present.
Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Trustee Barnas,
Present.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Present.
and I too am present. Let's see. Announcement of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, Management. Let's see. Is there any public comment on the items to be discussed in closed session? Let's see.
President Pizzotti, we received no public comment requests for closed session items.
And is there anybody in the live?
We see no hands being raised at this time.
All right. Having said that, we will move into closed session.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. The board is currently in closed session. At this time, I am adding commenters or those who would like to comment to the list. I thank you for your patience. The closed session the board should reconvene from closed session at approximately 7 p.m., if not sooner. Thank you. Hi, Amy. Your mic is unmuted. I saw that your hand was raised. Thank you for your patience. How can I help you? Amy, you're still muted. I'm sorry. Hi, Douglas. I saw that your hand was raised. Douglas Knipp, go ahead. You can unmute and proceed.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a public comment.
Okay, I will go ahead and add you to the list right now. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Amy. How can I help you?
I was calling to, I was messaging to be on the public comment list.
Yes, I went ahead and added you. We do have you on our list. We do have a lot of comments this evening, so I thank you in advance for your patience, but you are listed as a request for comment, so it has been received.
Okay, thank
And
you.
so we will call your name once it's your comment.
It should be a while though, right? I mean, I was actually eating dinner. That's why I couldn't. I
yeah,
didn't
it'll be a
see what
while.
you were. I didn't see your
Um,
message here, so I was in the middle of eating dinner.
No, no worries. The closed session is expected, we scheduled it till 7 p.m., but if for any reason they come in sooner, we'll certainly let you guys know, but we do have them on schedule for 7. And so we will see how they proceed to handle the comments as they come in, or if they're going to pre-read first. But yes, you are on the list though.
Okay, great. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll do what I can. If I ever call your cell, I mean, that's easy.
Good evening, and thank you for your patience, everyone. We've been experiencing a few technical difficulties with our Zoom webinar links this evening. So you will have noticed on our social media pages that we have updated the participation links. We've also, for those of you listening on YouTube, we have emailed the links and information specifically to all of our K-12 families and all of our staff throughout the entire district. If you do know of anyone that is experiencing difficulties signing on, you can find the updated link through those particular platforms. We'll also include it in the chat box in the Zoom webinar right now, which you can copy and paste and share with anyone else that might be experiencing any issues. Thank you.
Okay. I'm on here. Here goes. It's Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Hi there, caller in with the last four numbers 8792. I have given you access to speak if you would like to unmute, and I can take your request or comment. I did receive or respond to your comment on the chat as well, but how can I help you? I'm sorry.
Hi. Is this just a regular board meeting?
This is a special Board of Education meeting. The regular board meeting, the next regular scheduled board meeting is March 11th.
Oh, okay. Well, I just got a notice on my phone, so I thought it was just a regular board meeting.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties, so we did send out a mass notice indicating of the updated Zoom link.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Okay.
All
Well, I apologize.
No, you're all good. Not a problem.
Okay. Well, you have a great evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm not answering that. I texted my coworker. I said, not urgent, but how do we answer this?
Mario,
Yes.
are they in closed session right now? This is Daniel, CSEA.
Hi, Daniel. Yes, our board is in closed session until about 7 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. I'll mute myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Tony. Is it Tone DeLove? I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I see your hand risen and you can unmute and speak. How can I help you?
Oh, I was just curious. I was listening a little bit earlier, and it seems like this meeting isn't going to start till 7.
The Board of Education is in closed session right now, our Board of Trustees. They should reconvene at approximately 7 o'clock, yes.
Okay, so I can join back at a little bit before 7, right?
Correct, that we are anticipating them to reconvene about 7 p.m. And so that's when they'll proceed with the rest of the agenda items.
Excellent. Okay, thank you much.
Thank you. Hi, Pasoon Momand. You can unmute and I can take your comment or question. How can I help you?
Hey, hello, sir. How are you doing this evening?
Good. How can I help you?
Yeah, okay, sir. I just wanted to know what is this meeting about? Looks like you guys are not start until 7, I believe. You just talked to the other gentleman.
This was a special board meeting to address a return to school update. It was listed on the agenda item, just to clarify there as well for any information as far as that goes. But yes, it's a return to school update that Dr. Hildreth, our district superintendent, wanted to have with us tonight.
Sure, and as the other gentleman says, it looks like you guys are gonna start at 7 o'clock, so can I join back at 7?
Correct. The board joined at 5:30 and then they reconvened or they adjourned for closed session until about 7 p.m. and that's when we are anticipating them to return.
Oh, okay, so
About
then
7
join
o'clock.
back at 7 too.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank you. Hi, participant Sandra. I saw that your hand was risen. You can unmute and speak. How can I help you?
Hi, yeah, so I have a question. So, I think that you guys are you said the meetings for the kids to return to school already. So when is that gonna happen? When do they go in school in person?
The meeting is actually a return to school update. I can certainly add you to the list of public comments. It's not a forum type of meeting where we do Q&A, unfortunately, but it is a return to school update that the Board of Trustees will provide us once they reconvene about 7 o'clock.
Oh, okay, so the meeting's not till 7.
They come back from closed session at 7 p.m., correct?
Okay, then I'll be back at 7 then.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Danny Langford. I see that your hand was risen. How can I help you?
Sorry, I think that was by accident.
Oh, okay. I will lower your hand right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now get kids and Mrs. Wicker.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us, everyone. The board is currently in closed session, and we anticipate them convening general session again at 7 o'clock or approximately 7 o'clock tonight. As we've announced previously, there have been a couple technical difficulties with our Zoom webinar links this evening. We have reposted the information on our social media pages and have sent direct emails and text messages to all of our K-12 families throughout the district, as well as our WUSD staff, just updating them of the latest information in order to join tonight's webinar. For those of you listening and watching on YouTube, and for those of you that are joining us via the live webinar, if you do hear of anyone that is encountering any technical difficulties with joining the Zoom webinar, please share with them the latest information that they can find on those platforms. It's also available in the chat box on the Zoom webinar as well. If you are joining us via the Zoom webinar and you would like to make a public comment and you have not already requested one, you have a couple options available to you. You can raise your hand by using the webinar features on the bottom of your screen, at which point we will call on you and take your request. You can also click on the Q&A feature, also on the webinar controls on the bottom of your screen. At that point, you could type in your full name, the item that you'd like to speak on. In this case, it's only one item for tonight, and we'll take your request and add you to the list. We also want to point out that there is a rather lengthy list of requests for comment tonight, so we appreciate your patience in advance. Thank you very much. Tristan Benjamin, we see that your hand is raised. Your microphone is turned on, and we're happy to take your request at this moment. Hi, Tristan Benjamin. We see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request for this evening?
Got called on, but then they couldn't hear me. Neato.
Tristan Benjamin, we can hear you. Do you have a public comment request?
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, goodness. Okay, great. I was just making sure my sound worked, and it sounds like the meeting has not started yet. Is that correct?
That is correct. The board is currently in closed session. We anticipate them rejoining the meeting and starting the official meeting at about 7 o'clock or shortly after.
Thank you so much. My sound wasn't working previously when you called my name, so I apologize, but it's working now, so we're okay. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Hi, Lucia Lopez. We see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request?
Yes, please.
All right, we'll add you to the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you again for joining us. We just received a notice just moments ago that the board anticipates returning to reconvene for open session at 7:30. I repeat, the board is anticipating coming back at 7:30 to reconvene the meeting. We apologize for the inconvenience and the extended delay this evening. As you can imagine, there's a lot to be discussed, and we'll be back shortly. We appreciate your patience. Hi, good evening, Pasun Maman. We see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request?
Hey, yes, sir. I just want to make sure, is there going to be more delay? Because it was 7, now 7:30, so it's almost 7:36 now. Well, no,
Yes, we completely understand. We apologize for the inconvenience and for the extended delay. We have not gotten an additional update in terms of how much longer the time will be. If you do have a request for public comment, I'm happy to take it at this time.
no, sir, I'm good. No, there's not really. I just wanted to know what's going to be the income or the income of these meetings. So I just wanted to know. But it looks like the meeting is not going to start up. So do you know what time should I check in back?
I would say approximately 15 minutes at this point. We will do our best to check in and see how much longer it's going to be exactly. But again, we apologize for the inconvenience at this rate.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Jamie Baker, we see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request?
No, sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. My bad. Or lower my hand down. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you. Carrie Korwitz, we see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request? Carrie Korwitz, if you can hear us, we saw that your hand was raised. Do you have a public comment request? Hi, Tristan Bendeman. Your microphone is turned on. Do you have a public comment request?
Oh, I don't have a public comment request. I'm just checking in to see, will they actually be hosting the meeting tonight? Or do you think it will continue to get delayed and then be postponed?
They are planning on hosting the meeting tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have an update for you in terms of that start time. The last update that we received was that they were extending to 7:30, and clearly we're past that. So we do apologize for the inconvenience and the extended delay. Once we do know of anything or do get a heads up on when they plan on returning, we will definitely notify everyone that's joining us this evening. But again, we do apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to check in. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Charlie Goodrich. Your microphone is turned on. Do you have a public comment request at this time? Charlie Goodrich, we see that your hand is raised. Do you have a public comment request at this time?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that.
No
the
problem.
other woman, the other woman said that it was supposed to start at 7:30, correct?
Correct.
And it's delayed.
Correct. The initial update that we received was that the board was going to reconvene from closed session at approximately 7:30. Clearly, we're past that by 30 minutes. It's 8 o'clock on the dot right now, so we do apologize for the inconvenience. We have not received an additional update for what the delay is or when they plan on coming back to open session, but we anticipate that it's going to be soon.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, are we all here? All right. All right, I'm bringing us back into open session. Roll call, Clerk Venegas,
Present.
Vice President Wong. Vice President Wong,
Present.
there you go. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Present?
Trustee Barnas,
Present.
and I too am present. Announcement of items discussed in closed session, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, information received and discussion. Approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong,
I second.
seconded by Clerk Venegas. So roll call vote. Clerk Venegas,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
Aye.
Vice President Wong,
Aye.
Trustee Barnas,
Aye.
and I too vote aye. At this point, we are going to take public comments on, I guess, items not on the agenda. No, we can't do that. So it says public comments on letter I, but I don't think we received anything for letter I. It's all on J1. So did you receive anything for I, Dr. Hildreth? Just general public comments?
I did not.
Yorgos, did you receive anything?
I did not, President Pizzotti. We have received a number of requests and they are all on the return to school update.
Okay, so they're on J1. Okay. So with that, J1 is the return to school update. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you. And I really want to take this opportunity to thank all of our community for sharing information, sharing feedback with us. What we would like to present today is some options for student schedules as we plan for our return to school, our reopening. And listening to all of the feedback, we were able to incorporate some of that feedback and present some additional options to be considered. The one thing that we have learned really throughout this whole process is that there is a true focus on our students, that our community supports our students and we love our teachers, our parents are with us, and we want to make sure that what we're providing is listening to that input. As we deal with this pandemic, we are all being asked to do things that we have never done before, and we're learning together, we're learning from each other. And so we want to be able to present all of our best thinking. So with that, we're going to focus on what our options are. And I'm going to ask our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Stan Moisich, to share a slide deck.
And I believe, Mr. Kazanis, are you going to present this tonight so that we can, I think
Yes,
you have
I'm pulling it up just as we speak. Just a moment.
Very good, thank you.
So as we begin, one of the things that we wanted to highlight are what are the conversations that we heard in the different work groups that we've had. And as we have been having those discussions about a hybrid model, what can we focus on? What are those points that people have shared are really what's been first and foremost in their minds? And that, of course, is safety. And we shared our COVID-19 safety plan last week with our IIPP, and we have sent that to our health officials as well, because we know that safety is our #1 priority for all in our community. And looking at those safety guidelines, we wanted to focus on being able to social distance, making sure we had the sanitization logistics in mind, and that we have staggered start and end time so students are not all entering campus at the same time. We heard that we wanted to have social emotional supports for our students. So how can we provide additional opportunities, whether that be intervention or enrichment? How can we make sure that our students who have siblings are on the same schedule? And for our staff who have been working diligently over the last year, we know that there needs to be some consistent prep time for them to plan and a structured schedule. What we've heard in terms of our instructional need is we want and like to have live student-teacher contact. Can we have that in-person core instruction in the morning was a highlight of the conversations we've had. Can we limit the independent time and have that consistent student-teacher placement? And make sure that we have equitable instructional minutes for our in-person and for our virtual students. So as we're designing these models and we're looking at the models that are being utilized in other districts, these are the areas that we were highlighting. Next slide, please. We have daily instructional minutes that we must follow. So we wanted to make sure that we were sharing what that guideline is: 180 minutes in kindergarten, 230 minutes in grades 1 to 3, and 240 instructional minutes in grades 4 to 12. So as we design a schedule, we have to take into consideration the instructional minutes and make sure they are met. Next slide. We have been asking for parent feedback in terms of a survey. In the fall, in November, a survey was sent to parents, and it was really just to get a baseline of information of how many parents were interested in a hybrid in-person learning model and how many parents were interested in a virtual learning model. When we returned in January after winter break, that same survey was distributed, but with a bit more of additional information. We wanted to know what was the preference, not just the hybrid or the virtual, but what was important to our families in terms of staying with the same teacher. So as has been presented on the slide, if we look at the responses from our original survey, it's about 58% of our students, at least in TK5, wanted hybrid and 42% in virtual learning. When we updated that survey, we found that in our pre-K5, there was over 60% of our families who really wanted to have a model where their child could stay with the current teacher. In grades 6 through 8, over 53% of our parents wanted their children to stay with the current teacher. And then when we got to our high school, grades 9 through 12, there was a little bit of a difference where our families were choosing the model over staying with the teacher. Next slide. And so what we plan to present now is, based on all of that information, some modifications that we are presenting this evening. And Stan, if you could share that information, please.
Sure, thank you. So as we were getting feedback, we were looking at improving, of course, where we were. And when we talk about improvement from our current situation, I think most people's minds, generally they jump to full day. And of course, we are considering those possibilities when that can happen. At the moment, The guidance still has social distancing as part of the requirements, and a lot of other recommendations as well that we are working with as staff. What that means is it makes a lot of things very difficult, such as transporting students. We're recommended to stagger start times so that we can better control the movement of students on campus. And we also have a lot of social distancing and it is involved with not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom as well. We are, because of so many guidelines and so many restrictions on where people can be at certain times, that puts a big strain on our supervision as well. And with young children, that can be an issue, of course. So those are some of the considerations that are we deal with as we think about full day. Because of where the guidance is right now, the models that we are presenting tonight are hybrid. And I do have my director of curriculum and instruction, Mr. Matt Ainsworth, and he was going to talk about this slide.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, everyone. President Pizzotti, Board Superintendent Hildreth. So we, again, as Dr. Hildreth had shared, we took the input that we've gotten from all of our working groups, and we've continued to work on other models that really fit those considerations. And so this model, we're referring to it as an in-person core in the morning and a PM virtual core. So it really is an AM PM model with the in-person being in the morning. So it does look a little complicated, so I'll take everybody through it. So the in-person students, they are divided into two groups, A group and B group. And the reason for that is for our social distance and our capacity issues in classrooms. So to make sure that everyone has enough room in class, the default would be to plan around an A-B group. So on Monday and Tuesday in this model, the A group is in class on campus in person from 8:30 to 11:40. That's 3 hours and 10 minutes on campus. The first half hour, 40 minutes of that, we wanted to create a social emotional time for the entire class to come together, build that class spirit. And as you have heard in the past in our working groups or at a previous board meeting, the idea of simulcasting is a way to combine the students who are in class and the students who are at home. We've heard it be described as roomers and zoomers, right? You zoom in the room with the students joining together. And again, those activities and lessons could look very different depending on grade. But we really want that to be that social emotional connection time. It could be class calendar in the younger grades. It could be celebrations. It could be developing lessons to support social emotional needs. And so that ends, we'll say at 9:10 in this model. In the remainder of the morning, 9:10 to 11:40, the B group, which is the group that's not in person that day, and the V group, and that's the group that is virtual only, they sign off and they have their independent time. And again, in this model, there's not a large requirement of that independent time to meet our instructional minutes mandate. But from 9:10 to 11:40, the A group is in class with their teacher receiving core instruction. This is going to be really up to the teachers to follow their pacing, to be able to implement those lessons in class for those students. At 11:40, the students are dismissed for the day. Teachers take their lunch break. And then in the afternoon from 12:15 to 2:30, the A group, the ones who were in class who went home, they have a minimal amount of independent work that they would have to do. But the B group, again, that's the other in-person class, and the V group, which is the group that never comes in, they're virtual only, they combine for approximately 2 hours and 15 minutes of, again, core instruction. And this is received virtually. And so this is the idea of the AM PM model. The lessons would be repeated in the morning session and in the afternoon session to keep all students on the same pacing. We do understand that this is, again, a change, something new for our teachers, for our elementary teachers, to repeating their lessons. So we do want to honor that with that prep time from 8 to 8:30 and the additional prep time. This changes a little bit from our past models. In the past, you might have seen that virtual minimum day was on a Monday. We thought this would be a good idea to move this to Wednesday and have the kids come 2 days in a row rather than on alternating days. That would again help with our sanitation, and Wednesday we could do a deeper clean when everyone's virtual. The second half of the week, Thursday, Friday, is the same thing, just reversed, with the B group in class, with A group and V group meeting virtually for that simulcast class meeting. And then the B group receives their core instruction, and the virtual group and A group receive their virtual core instruction in the afternoon. So yeah, I know there was a lot there, but really the basis of the model is an AM group and a PM group. The AM group will receive their core instruction in person, and the PM group will receive that same instruction repeated virtually for them. And if you go to the next slide, you could see some implications, and I think Stan will take over from there.
Yeah, thank you. So the total weekly in-person time for this model is 6 hours and 20 minutes a week. To make sure that we are able to cover our classes properly, due to the fact that there will be some teachers who are in person, and there will be some teachers who will be virtual, who are unable to return. And to make up that difference, we will need approximately 10 substitutes across the district, TK5, for coverage. There will be some movement of students away from their teacher in this model, even though that's an important consideration. Approximately 10 to 20% will be regrouped. That is because in various grade levels, there's just a different proportion of virtual to in-person teachers. And therefore, some of our students who may want to be in person, but their teacher declared virtual, they possibly for 2 times a week will be in for in-person instruction, but they will be returned to their teacher at the end of the week so they can actually finish with their regular teacher in the virtual setting. So they don't lose their teacher, they just have a temporary away time from them just so they can be in person because that's what they chose. In-person teachers will see their students on a daily basis, more on a daily basis, due to possible redistribution of in-person students. So if you're a virtual teacher and your student goes to someone else in person, then of course that just makes sense that in-person teachers may see some students more. The core instruction will be in the morning for 2 days a week, and in the afternoon for 2 days a week virtually. So there is a balance there between afternoon, morning, and virtual and in person. Virtual only students, they receive core instruction in the afternoon 4 days a week. There is less time for targeted intervention and small group support in this time slot. However, we will be looking for flexibility and talking to our leaders on ways to bridge the gap for students that may have more need. So we may be looking to utilize our spaces to allow students who have more need more in-person time in this model. So that's how we're going to make up for that. Wednesday will be synchronous, meaning it's direct instruction just virtually for a part of the day, and the rest of the day the teachers will need to prepare. Obviously, as Mr. Ainsworth pointed out, this is something that is very new. We do know that there will be planning time involved. One of the good things about these AB groupings is that it does create smaller class sizes than what our teachers are usually used to for in-person instruction. So even though they may have to repeat lessons, we're hoping that the smaller group sizes will help them move quickly through their lessons. So some of the benefits, just to kind of weigh, we kind of summed up some of this already, but there is 6 hours and 20 minutes weekly. Their core instruction is in the morning. Definitely limited required independent time. So most of the time the students will be direct contact with their teacher, and AB groupings create smaller sizes. And there'll be equal instructional minutes for in-person students and for virtual only students. Some of the challenges, some in-person students may receive slightly more core instruction from a different classroom teacher, as I pointed out in the regrouping. Teachers would repeat core instruction both in person and virtually, which would slow down current pacing because they're teaching the same thing twice. Limited target intervention and enrichment for students in person and virtually due to the time of having to repeat lessons. And of course, as I pointed out before, we would need some additional staff to help us with coverage. Mr. Ainsworth, would you?
Yes. Yeah, sorry. Yorgos, can you just go back one just to kind of introduce this model? Thank you. So this is a different take on, again, trying to maximize the in-person time for that in-person instruction. And so I just off the bat, this is a model, and we've shared this in our working groups and in the past, that if we do this model, this 4-hour block, what would be required of the students who are virtual only, because we'd be using our in-person staff to teach for the bulk of the morning. The virtual only students would be pulled out of the current program and moved into a virtual only program with a virtual only teacher. So on the next slide, you won't see any V group because they are often virtual only instruction with a virtual only teacher. And so what we've estimated that this would have a ripple effect of approximately 40 to 50% of students across the district would be moved to a new teacher. The reason for that, again, is if I'm an in-person student and my teacher remains virtual, I'm going to need a new teacher. Or if I am a student who goes virtual and my teacher stays in person, then again, I would be given a new teacher. So this is the AB 4-hour block model. And one thing at the very top, this would not be something that we would recommend for preschool TK and K. For right off the bat, that their instructional minutes required is 180. And again, if the 4-hour block, we're already going well over their minutes. So this is not something that we would recommend for that group. And so very similar to the last model, the students are placed into two groups, A group and B group. The A group would come to class in person Monday and Tuesday for a 4-hour block of core instruction. Our current virtual schedule right now has students with their teacher for 230 or 240 minutes, depending on grade level. So they would meet their entire instructional minute requirement right there in their 4-hour block. So the A group, the A class, owes no independent time after their 4-hour block with their teacher. And so this is an exciting opportunity that we really feel, again, with the smaller class sizes, that students and teachers could get a lot done during this time. Again, the B group is working independently during this time after dismissal and some teacher prep time. The B group, again, the group that did not come in, would have 90 minutes of virtual instruction. And really that's all the time that's left in the day. And so obviously that the teacher is not going to be able to repeat their core instruction from the morning, the 4 hours. And so they're going to have to identify the pacing of what can be done during those 90 minutes in the afternoon done virtually. So that repeats Monday and Tuesday. Again, Wednesday is that virtual minimum day for both A group and B group. And remember, the V group is off with a new teacher in the virtual only schedule. Thursday and Friday repeat, Monday and Tuesday, just we've switched groups. B group is in class while A group is independent. And in the afternoon, A group is virtual for those 90 minutes. If we compare this schedule, again, with those virtual only students going to the virtual only teacher, and at this time, the plan would be for them to continue to follow the current virtual schedule. The students in this program would receive approximately 6 less hours of instruction compared to their virtual counterparts. And so that would be a consideration of something that we might need to look at if this is the model that we end up going with. So if you go to the next slide, Mr. Moisich will go over some implications.
Students will get 8 hours of in-person instruction in this model. However, as Mr. Ainsworth pointed out, 40 to 50% of the current teachers' assignments with their students will change. And that's basically if a student chooses to return in-person instruction and their teacher returns to in-person instruction, then you don't need to change. But if it's the other way around, and if a student chooses to return in person and their teacher remains virtual, then of course the student is going to have to be assigned to a new in-person teacher. So that goes both ways, and that's what creates this problem with trying to keep your teacher and student integrity intact. One of the big differences here is that because there's a lot of independent time for the in-person students in this block, they actually receive 6 less hours of instruction over the course of the week compared to their virtual only students, because their virtual only students will spend more direct time with their teacher. Wednesday will be a virtual minimum day, as is the case, I believe, in all these models. And of course, one of the benefits of A-B groupings is not just safety, but also it creates smaller class sizes for teachers so they can move faster. So just to sum up, it's a total of 8 hours in person. Core instruction is in the morning, and A-B groupings to create smaller class sizes for in-person instruction. So those are the benefits. Challenges, 40 to 50% of our current student teacher placements will be changed, and virtual only students would be reassigned to a virtual only teacher. In-person students will receive 6 hours less of instruction, and in-person students would be responsible for 140 minutes of independent learning twice per week.
All right, thanks, Dan. So Model 3 is very similar to Model 2, the 4-hour block. But again, if one of our considerations is to teach that or keep that student teacher placement consistent, there is a solution for that, where we would not remove all of the virtual only students and give them to a virtual only teacher. We would keep the groups together, again, having an A group and a B group, and then that virtual only group. And one of the possible solutions would be with simulcasting. And again, before we move on to the next slide, simulcasting can look differently, again, depending on ages. Simulcasting is something we've seen in a lot of districts, primarily at the secondary level. But really what simulcasting is the teacher is instructing through virtual means to both the students who are in person and the students who are at home. And so again, in that first model, we talked about a portion of the day, a small portion of the day being simulcasting. But this would be the entire 4-hour block would be with simulcasting. So if you can go ahead one for me. Thank you. So again, it looks exactly the same. Structurally, it's the same. A group is in class 2 days a week for that 4-hour block of time. But during that time, instead of those other students being off independent, B group and V group, who are both at home or a learning center, wherever they are joining the class virtually. And so the teacher is teaching either, again, up at their whiteboard to the students in class while the students at home watch along on camera, or this teacher is teaching virtually like they are now to all of the students with some students in their classroom. And again, that can change from day to day, from hour to hour, and from teacher to teacher. After that 12 o'clock dismissal, the students would go home. There'd be some teacher prep time, and we do have some afternoon time open. And so just in this sample schedule, again, these are all just samples to kind of guide how our thinking is, to have some optional office hours for student support in the afternoon. And that could be targeted. The teachers could use that time to really schedule that time for some students to return. But one benefit of this model is, again, if our target is 230 or 240 instructional minutes, every student has received it in the morning. The in-person kids and the students who are at home, they all got their instructional minutes met. Again, and Thursday and Friday are just flipped with the other group. One thing that's important, I guess we'll say that for the implications about the substitutes. Stan, go ahead. Yorgos, you can go ahead one.
The total weekly in-person time for this model is 8 hours, and in-person instruction, as Mr. Ainsworth pointed out, is going to be received through virtual platforms during simulcasting. Some people call it Zoom in the room. Would be a steep learning curve for many students, elementary students, that is. We've seen this model mostly with secondary students and staff. And so for the remaining part of the year, that would be a learning curve for everybody, students and staff. In this model, approximately 25 first and fifth grade staff would not be returning to the classroom. So we would have to find coverage for approximately 25 classrooms. Best example is if I'm a virtual student and my teacher is going to, if I'm an in-person student and my teacher is going to be virtual, someone still has to cover the classroom that I'm in. And that would play out 25 times across the district. At this time, it's very difficult to find substitutes to cover that. We would have to look at our other staff that we have available, either certificated or classified. So that wouldn't really look like in-person instruction in those cases. Those would be different types of models. We could pull from existing non-classroom certificated staff, intervention specialists, coaches, other staff that are not assigned a direct classroom. And all those teachers and substitutes would need to be trained on simulcasting procedures and best practices before we start this model. And the benefits are total of 8 hours weekly in-person instruction, twice per week. Core instruction is delivered in the morning. All students would remain with current classroom teacher, and AB groupings would create smaller class sizes, not a lot of required independent time, and equal instructional minutes for in-person and virtual only students. Challenges. In-person instruction will be received through virtual platforms during simulcasting for the entire period, more or less, or some of them would require approximately 25 substitute teachers for the in-person instruction, because we have teachers who are not going to be able to return, and we will need to cover those classrooms with personnel. Simulcasting does have a learning curve. We have heard from a lot of our colleagues that in the elementary level, it's a definite challenge to do it for this type of this many hours.
All right, is that the end of the presentation?
That's the end for the elementary schedule. So we can go right into our secondary schedule so that you can see the full complement for preschool and then TK through 12.
Thank you.
We have the same considerations in looking at our schedule for our secondary students. Again, the focus on safety, what we can provide, the importance of the social emotional support, and the instruction. I think one of the highlights in terms of looking at our secondary structure is when we look under instructional considerations, the student-teacher placement is critical, because we want to ensure that there is integrity in the transcripts for our 9th through 12th grade students, knowing that those grades and those transcripts are reviewed when our students are looking at their college applications or post-secondary choices. We want to make sure that that stays intact. So that was a very strong consideration as we've been looking at these models. Next slide. Again, we wanted to highlight that there are daily instructional minute requirements for our secondary students as well, and we have taken those instructional minute requirements into consideration as we have looked at the planning of student schedules. Next slide. We wanted to share the highlight of the parent survey results. Again, we continue to get information from our parents, and we update it so that we are always looking at the most recent information. And when we look at our responses of parents for students in grades 6 through 12, we see that 53% prefer a hybrid in-person learning model and 47% prefer virtual. The breakdown in terms of the learning model is the same as what we saw in the first slide deck. Next slide. And with that, I believe, Matt, you're going to walk us through this one as well.
Yeah, before Matt gets started, just wanted to say a few words on these secondary models. What you're going to see, there's a different complexity between secondary and elementary models in that we are looking at period and students changing periods on a daily basis. So that adds a new complexity to these models, and therefore rearranging their schedules, as you will point out later, can be a very difficult challenge. So just keep that in mind, that that's why these models look very different, is that they're done because of their grades 6 through 12 are organized by periods. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Dan. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, so it really is, it is a challenge because their day is already broken up into periods to be able to find a way to serve the students who are in person, the students who are remaining virtual, and as well as to honor the teachers who are returning in person and any teacher who is unable to. And so again, we've looked around neighboring districts at what other people are doing, and the answer is pretty consistent across the board. And as we mentioned earlier with the elementary, it would be a version of simulcasting the instruction. So again, as one of our, as Dr. Hildreth said, one of our earlier considerations was staggering our start and end times at the K-8s for sure, to make sure that not all the students are arriving and leaving at the same time, to really prevent those bottlenecks, to be able to do any health screening safely and to be able to supervise students. So in this model, the middle school would be virtual only in the morning, and the period numbers are a little bit out of order, but ultimately what their day would be half of their periods. They have a 6-period day, so half of their periods would be in the morning before lunch, and it would be virtual for all students. Again, we're splitting them into A group and B group, and then V is the virtual only students. So again, I don't know why it starts with 4th period, but we'll just say they start with 4th, 5th, 6th period on that Monday. Again, it's going to be half of their classes. They go to lunch. The teachers have some prep time, and we really wanted to put that prep time in there for 2 reasons. One, because we know that the teachers need it for any type of simulcasting. But 2, there's the group of students who just finished 6th period in this model, the A group. We needed to give them time to both have lunch and then get to school. And so their in-person instruction would be in the afternoon for their other 3 classes. Starting at 11:35 with dismissal at 2:30. And so again, they would follow their same rotation of seeing their same teachers. A benefit of this is no students need to be regrouped to a new teacher. It doesn't ultimately matter if the teacher is in the classroom or if they are unable to return in virtual. They are able to serve all of their current students, which again was a very high priority from both our teaching staff and from our parent work groups. And so Wednesday, again, a virtual minimum day for everyone to allow for that prep time and that planning meeting. Thursday, Friday is flipped. Again, their first half of their day is virtual for everybody, and their afternoon are their other 3 classes in person. And so you can go on to the next slide and see some of the implications from this one.
One of the things also that was important about that last model and why we have students coming in the PM is we are trying to stagger schedules to control the movement on campus. So that is why in this model, we have students coming in the PM rather than the AM, which you just saw with the elementary. In this model, all students would remain in their current academic schedules. Wednesday will be a synchronous virtual minimum day for all students, 8:30 to 11. In-person students will be assigned to either a cohort A or cohort B and come into class for 2 hours and 45 minutes, 2 times per week, and be virtual on the other days. We estimate that approximately 30% of the current enrollment would be in current cohort A and 30% in cohort B, while 40% would remain virtual. In-person instruction will take place in the last 3 periods of the afternoon, and that will stagger the schedules, as I just mentioned, and prevent the crowding. Virtual students will be virtual all 6 periods and receive instruction via simulcast. Total in time with teacher per week will be 5 hours and 30 minutes. However, these students will be closer to 6 hours on campus due to passing periods. So those are the benefits. They're almost 6 hours on campus. They maintain the teacher-student consistency. Also, again, better after-school access. We are hoping that we will start our sports program after spring break, and that our students could access those activities or other activities as well that we're hoping to put in. We maintain transcript integrity. That's probably more important in the 9 through 12 grades that you're going to see later, but this does keep their records intact for the year. Logistically, it can be supported, and there is equal instruction minutes for in-person and virtual only students. The challenges, students do switch rooms in this model. They are simulcasting, and even though these are older students, there is a learning curve with that as well. There'll be extra classroom supervision needed. Once again, we'll have some teachers that won't be able to return, so we will have to add some supervision into the mix. In-person instruction is in the afternoon 2 times per week. So that's different. Most people are used to starting off in the morning. So coming to school in the afternoon is a different element for some families. We can go to the next slide. If you understood that one, you're going to understand this one easier.
Yeah, so this would be the model that for River City High School, and Principal Billingsley and her team have worked really, really hard on this. Their preference was to leave that virtual minimum day on that Monday. And again, it's ultimately going to just be decided when the final schedules are released. But again, all of these models do have a virtual minimum day. But again, just like the middle school, half of their current day is done virtually in the morning, again, for all three groups, A, B, and V groups. We want to keep that targeted intervention class that is just going just incredibly well at the high school right now. So we wanted to honor and keep that for those students who need that time with their teacher. And then again, they come in the afternoon, in person, 2 days a week for 90-minute classes, which gets them back to their traditional classroom time. And so we're really proud that they're going to be able to get right back to where they used to be. Again, this will be done via simulcast. So the students in class will be receiving some or all of their instruction through virtual means, because the B group and the V group are at home learning as well. Again, the idea of having the high school come in the afternoon really was for those extracurricular activities out after school. Having them come in the morning and go home for their virtual classes, then they would have to return for band or for sports or for leadership or any other clubs. So that was a big benefit of having them come in the afternoon as well.
But once again, all students will remain in their current schedules. Monday will be a synchronous minimum day. It's very similar to what you just heard moments ago with the 6-8. Except in this case, we're talking about a 4-period day at River City. So it's the last 2 periods of the afternoon where students would come on. This will allow these students to participate in activities, athletics, things that are very important to a high school. The total in-person time with a teacher would be 6 hours per week. However, it's slightly over actually when you consider passing periods in the mix. One of the most important things about this model is it maintains our transcript integrity. River City High School has been in session for just about 3/4 of the year. They're about to take their midterms, and we really need to make sure the transcript integrity is taken care of. They do switch rooms twice. Simulcasting, as I said before, even with older kids, is a learning curve. However, we have seen this done in many, many high schools that we have visited or administrators that we've talked to. We think we can get better with it as we go. We're going to do our best to prepare for it, but there is a learning curve. It is something different that we haven't done before. There will be extra classroom supervision that we'll have to organize for this model as well. And in-person instruction, once again, is in the afternoon. So students would be coming on campus, starting their day in the PM, not the AM.
And then one last version to show. This is what Dr. Burns and the YOLO team has put together. And with their smaller population, their model idea would be very similar, again, A day and B, or A group and B group. But instead of splitting their day down the middle, they would attend in person, all 4 classes twice a week. The time is roughly the same, again, about 3 hours and 15 minutes on campus, but it is 3 hours of instruction on campus twice a week. Again, all of those classes are being taught through synchronous simulcasting for the students who are in person and at home, again, with that Wednesday as a virtual only day for cleaning. And so this one, again, is something that works well because of the population and the number of staff and students over at YOLO.
Again, very similar to what you heard. All these 3 models are very similar in that, they would maintain their current classroom schedules, and Wednesday would be a synchronous day. In this case, River City High School had Monday as their synchronous day, so slightly different. Cohort A and B is how this is organized. Keeps them safe. It keeps classroom sizes very small, so teachers can work directly with students and maybe accomplish more. Virtual students will be virtual all 4 periods. and they'll receive their instruction simulcast in this model as well. Total in-person time of the teacher per week is 6 hours. Core instruction would be delivered in the morning, twice per week for in-person students. It does maintain the teacher-student consistency that we've talked about. And again, better after-school access for interventions, for activities, any kind of organized events that happen on the school grounds. Maintaining transcript integrity is very important at YOLO, and this would do that for us there too. And equal instructional minutes for in-person and virtual only students. Challenges: students do switch rooms multiple times, and simulcasting again is a learning curve. And there's a little less issue with supervision at YOLO because there's not many students. It's a small population, which gives it a lot more flexibility in what it can do compared to a larger school. And those are our models. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan and Matt. I really appreciate your hard work in putting these together. So thank you very much. You and your team have done a great job. I was notified that we did have a public comment on J1. So I'm gonna have the person, Tiffany McFadden, you were saying you had a comment for J1. Can you unmute your mic?
Yes, my comment, this is a general public comment, not for J1.
I'm sorry, you're right. General public comment. Go ahead.
I just have to say I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm the kind of tired that sleep can't fix. I'm tired of seeing my kids struggling emotionally and mentally. I'm tired of seeing no end in sight. I'm tired of watching this board and this district fail our kids. I'm tired of hearing stories about kids as young as 2nd grade who want to self-harm or die because they feel like a failure. I'm tired of sitting on every board meeting filled with hope of good news, then being disappointed once again. I'm tired of the DO blaming WSTA and vice versa. I'm tired of not having a plan to get our kids back in school in person. You keep telling us that you have a plan. You do not have a plan. Even after what I just saw, you do not have a plan. You have an outline of the order you want things to happen. A plan includes all the details: who, what, when, where, why, and how. That's a plan. Our students' last day in a classroom was 354 days ago. That is unacceptable. I was totally on board with the phased-in approach in the beginning because I trusted you and had faith in you. I no longer do. With the snail's pace at which you are currently moving, we will be lucky if our students are able to return to the classroom at the beginning of next school year. I beg of you, make a decision. You were elected to lead and represent our students. At the end of the day, the students are your first priority. It's time you put them first. Natomas Unified, Roseville, El Dorado Hills, Elk Grove. These schools have figured out how to put their students first, even as they remain in the purple tier. Our district needs to do better, period.
Okay. Now we will, well, we have an issue. We have over 40 written public comments that need to be read. And at 3 minutes each, that's going to be 120 minutes. Yorgos, how many people on the phone wanted to make a public comment?
Let me double check. It is approximately, it's 13 exactly on the phone. We do have, just to clarify too, we have 13 individuals in real time that have requested to make a public comment. So what we can do is expedite those or start with those first, just as we did in the last meeting. There are, however, a couple individuals who pre-submitted a public comment, and they are joining us live as well, and they would like to read their comment rather than having the board read it on their behalf. So we can start with that particular process if you prefer.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So just because there is a lengthy list tonight, give me a moment to scroll through and find our first speaker, who is Marlena Spivey. Just a moment while I find her on the list to unmute her.
Yorgos, I believe she has left.
Oh, okay. So we can go down the list to Corey Sarlis. And Corey Sarlis, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, trustee board members, and West Sacramento community. I come to you tonight as an education specialist at River City High School, supporting RSP seniors towards graduation in June. I am a West Sacramento resident and have worked in this district for 21 years. I have listened to every school board meeting since the start of this pandemic. I have heard the cries, the frustration, and the pleas from this community to keep us safe, but also to keep us moving forward. I share tonight what is working in hopes that everyone can see that this has not been a loss of a year. My seniors are thriving. They are digging deep and rising in this virtual environment, despite the difficult challenges. I am proud to say they are resilient. I share some data with you about the seniors in my classroom this year. 100% is the attendance rate for the majority of them. 4 is the average number they attend my daily targeted intervention. 5 is the number who have already graduated in December with a diploma. 2 is the number who have been accepted to CSU Sacramento for the fall. 2 is currently the number taking classes at Sacramento City College. 25 is the number on track to graduate in June. 33 is the number of IEPs where all team members were present, even when held after school. 0 is the number who have exhibited anxiety. 35 is the number of students I have connected with on a better level than I have ever been able to do before. 6 is the number working part-time. 0 is the number of days I have taken off this year. 119 is the number of days I have been teaching virtually online. This board and this district have been methodical in their approach in keeping everyone safe. We have been careful not to just leap before looking. I encourage you to keep the steady course. I always tell my students one step at a time. This is a marathon, not a sprint. And if we keep moving forward, little by little, we will get to the finish line. I liken this story of the turtle and the hare. The hare is eager and confident that they will win the race and jumps out quickly. But it is the slow-moving, cautious turtle that keeps plugging along at their own pace that ultimately wins the race. The moral of the story is that we can be more successful by doing things slowly and steadily than by acting quickly and carelessly. That is the approach we have been taking all along, and I hope that we continue to do so as we move forward towards the finish line. Please be the turtle and not the hare. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kobe, do you want to read the disclaimer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Jackie. Vice President Wong, I'm sorry. Members of the public may address the board on the topics of our board agenda in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district staff or employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. you could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in public board meetings, may be actionable civil defamation. All right. Moving on. Number 2, Yorgos.
Great. So we do have a few individuals that have raised their hand right now. So I do want to notify them that we're happy to take their public comment request and add them to the order chronologically. However, this is not the time to make that request. So we will start with Tony DeLove. Tony, your microphone is on and we're happy to take your request.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you looking to make a comment tonight?
Yeah, I am. I posted my comment as well, but I just, with all due respect, I don't see what the rush is. There's a little more than 3 months left in the school year. And quite frankly, my daughters have gotten used to the virtual world. They're on board with everything that goes on right now. And to suddenly shift to going back to school or to, going to their school 2 days a week or whatever it is, it just seems pointless. And I'm not saying that to suggest that they won't benefit from learning in person. However, I think that my daughters have excelled in the environment that we're currently in. And realistically speaking, I just don't see what the benefit is rushing students back to school for a few more months. And quite frankly, with COVID-19 and the new variants that exist, it truly terrifies me. And I don't know if the district is looking at that as something to consider. I'm a contact investigator for Yolo County, investigating cases of coronavirus and, dealing with that. And, yes, the number of cases have diminished greatly, but there's always a possibility of a surge. And with people letting down their guard and with restrictions being lifted, these are the things that seem to get out of control. And realistically speaking, my daughters have learned how to navigate through the virtual world of learning and even enjoy it to a certain extent. I think that the only thing that they miss is returning to school, or the only thing they miss with regards to returning to school is the interaction with their friends. And that's not going to be there. They're not going to have recess with their friends. They're not going to have lunchtime with their friends in the normal environment that they're used to. So again, my question is, what is the rush? What is the urgency to rush these students back to school?
Tony, I'm sorry, but we've hit 3 minutes, which is the allotted time for all public comments. So we're going to give you...
I'm done.
Okay, great. Thank you for your comments tonight. We're going to move on to Charlie Goodrich. But Charlie, before I unmute your microphone, I do want to remind our audience tonight, if you are raising a virtual hand right now in real time, we are simply going to add you to the list in chronological order of which we received a request. We do have a number of other commenters who have requested comment prior to you, so we're just going to add you to the list and we'll call you at a later time. So with that, your microphone is turned on. Charlie, can you simply confirm that you have a public comment request?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll add you to the list and we'll call on you shortly.
Thank you.
We have our next participant, first name Anna, no last name. Anna, your microphone is on. Are you also requesting for public comment?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you. We'll call on you shortly.
Thank you.
We also have Sarah Steenhausen. Sarah, are you looking to make a public comment request this evening?
Yes, my daughter May Steenhausen would like to make a comment.
Fantastic. We'll add you to the list and we'll call on you shortly. Thank you for your patience. All right. Our next requester in order of how we received them is Amy Alfieri. Amy, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, Amy Alfieri, Stonegate. I want to share an experience with you that happened today. Today, my first grader was placed in a Zoom breakout room alone with other children for 30 minutes. The children didn't know what to do, and I asked what they were supposed to do. One said, "Let's just talk," and another said, "Let's work." I turned off the sound and I gave my child an assignment to write and draw a picture. This is not the first time that I have tried to provide guidance to children left alone in a breakout room. I reviewed her writing afterwards, and it is still at the kindergarten level, despite this being the end of first grade. These are not meaningful instructional minutes. We need fewer minutes with screens and alone. I am okay with changing teachers for more in-person core subject time. Keeping children at home on screens is actively causing harm. Some folks have brought up the UK at previous meetings. My two nephews who live in London are returning to full-time in-person school on March 8th. That is 6 days from now. Despite the UK variant, they will be in school for 7 hours a day on March 8th, with their masks, of course. I have also talked with parents in the Bay Area. Other districts that have been open since September include public schools in Menlo Park, Atherton, Los Altos, Portola Valley, Woodside, Palo Alto, and Marin. Notice that these are the most wealthy districts in California. Why don't WUSD children deserve the same quality, safe education as the children in Atherton and Marin County? Last week, some compared WUSD to, quote, other districts. Why not compare ourselves to these public school districts instead of completely dysfunctional big city districts across the river? Let's do the hard work now. Let's bring the children back to school urgently. I also want to add that I really appreciate that Stan and Matt have listened to the feedback and presented more schedules that provide more in-person instruction. And I want to thank them for their hard work. I appreciate that they have added more in-person instruction. I do prefer Model 2, which provides more in-person instruction to remediate learning loss. And I also want to make very clear that my children, in a spirit of shared sacrifice, and I are willing to change teachers in order to get more in-person instruction to mitigate learning loss. Thank you.
Our next public comment is from Joseph Alfieri. Amy, I believe this is your son. Is he with you on the same microphone?
No, I'm sorry. He got really tired and I had to put him to bed. Thank you.
Understandably. Thank you for your patience. So our next request is from Juana Ruiz. Juana will be speaking in Spanish tonight, and I'd also like to introduce Stacy Tran, our translator, also our staff colleague who is going to be translating the message from WUSD. Juana, your microphone is turned on.
Buenas noches. Primeramente les quiero dar gracias a los delegados y superintendente por esta oportunidad para hablar. Estoy aquí para suplicar que vean el programa de Dual Inmersión como un programa especial con niños que tienen diferentes necesidades para sobresalir. Les sugiero animar a la escuela de Elkhorn a que elabore un programa inmediato en persona para que los estudiantes de inmersión dual, como lo han hecho para los estudiantes de SDC. Finalmente, me da mucho gusto escuchar los modelos que se han presentado hoy. Los modelos de hoy nos ofrecen a los estudiantes tener muchas más horas con los maestros. Les suplico a ustedes que hoy hagan una decisión sobre qué modelo el distrito tendrá. Yo prefiero opción número 2 para mi hijo, como esa opción les da más minutos con su maestra. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Señora Juana. This is Stacy Tran, and I'll be translating. Good evening. First and foremost, I want to thank the board members and superintendent for this opportunity to speak. I'm here to beg you to see the dual immersion program as a special program with children who have different needs in order to excel. I encourage you to have Elkhorn create an immediate in-person program for the dual immersion students, as they have done for the SDC students. I'm pleased to hear the variety of models, and I beg you to choose a model tonight. I prefer Model 2 because it provides the most in-person time for my son. Thank you. Juana Ruiz.
Thank you, Stacy. Our next request for public comment is from Ryan Eisberg. Ryan, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Good evening. First and foremost, thank you for calling tonight's emergency session. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is Ryan Eisberg. I'm the father of 6 kids, 5 of whom are students within Washington Unified. As a reminder, if Washington Unified School District had a plan in place, if our elected leaders had put children before politics, today, 5 days after we moved into the red tier, today would have been the first day back in class for thousands of kids in our city. Instead, my 14-year-old daughter, a freshman at River City, is just now meeting her virtual classmates in real life for the first time. Not at school, but at local community rallies. Because somehow in California, we've managed to create a system in which my children can play sports, they can wait in line at Target, they can eat in restaurants, they can even protest in person, but somehow in Washington Unified, they still haven't been allowed to learn in person. That's a difficult paradigm for us to explain to our kids. And my heart breaks for parents with even younger children that are asking the question, why? As parents, we are beleaguered and exhausted. We have watched our kids' love for learning wither after 10 months of virtual learning. And what's true is that I'm not sure adding a meager 2 days of in-person instruction will change that much. Every Sunday night, my 7th grade daughter goes to bed upset, knowing that Monday she must wake up and face another week of virtual learning. Of all 6 kids in our house, she's the one that loves school the most. Now she dreads it. And tonight, sitting here listening to the plans presented, to your proposed plans, she still feels hurt and unheard. Both last week and tonight, you have heard stories of deep struggle and hurt. Our families are feeling desperate and they feel abandoned by those chosen to represent them. Your response tonight, while better than what we currently have, still falls short and is little more than a piecemeal approach that runs out the clock on this year. And honestly, based on what has been given tonight, it worries me greatly for what we have in store next year. I'm thankful that tonight we finally have a glimpse of a plan. Thank you, staff, for your hard work the past few days to put this together. But what's true is that it's still a half loaf. It's still less than what we can do. It's less than what our children deserve. What's true is that we can do better and give our children more. What's true is my kids don't want to be a turtle. They want to be in class and get an education that lets them fly. Please stop leading from behind. It's time to step up to the plate and give our children the education they deserve. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Our next request for public comment is from Douglas Knepp. Doug, your microphone is turned on.
Thank you, Superintendent Hildreth, President Bizzotti, Vice President Wong, and trustees. I wanted to talk to you tonight as you review these new plans. The first thing that I would like to request is that I want the board to take a serious look at the new schedules. And while I commend the district on working so hard to address some concerns that were presented in the community, I want you to reflect on our commitment this year that we've made to our underserved community, particularly our homeless and foster youth, our underprivileged youth, those with struggles, and probably folks that we haven't heard from as much in these board meetings. When you look at these plans and these schedules, one of the things that is glaringly missing is opportunities for intervention, small person instruction, and formative assessment. It is going to be the very students that we want to represent, the very students that we're trying to lift up, that are going to struggle under these plans. And I urge you to find ways to find the time so that we can serve these students in our community that we've all committed to. Secondly, I want to ask the board to consider the fact that we have come so far this year and worked so hard together, and we are very near an in-person return. My suggestion is that we do not rush to step in if we are not ready. And I say if, because we can be ready. But there are numerous questions that have yet to be answered. We do not know how we are going to respond to compliance issues with safety standards. We still don't have measurements for classrooms to know exactly how many kids fit in each classroom and how many desks we can fit in. What about drop-off and dismissal? Do we have answers to that yet? Do we know how we're going to follow COVID testing protocols, or if we're going to follow them? These are the nuanced details that, although might not take up all the air in the room, they're essential for us to figure out. After all the hard work we've done, just to start without having answers to those questions would be a travesty. So I want you to consider these things. I want you to really look at these plans and consider when we can get them done. And then when we can, let's do it. But let's make sure that we are not jumping in before we're ready, because it's going to be difficult to put the genie back in the bottle. We have to have routines ready to go on day one to serve our kids. I, for one, like so many teachers, am ready to get back into the classroom. I'm ready to work with kids. I can't wait to be with them. I just want to make sure that all of my students are served, not just those students who have the ability to work independently. I guess that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I'm going to pause for a moment and take another live request. So Mackenzie Souza, we see that you have your virtual hand raised. Are you trying to make a request for public comment?
I'm trying to make a request to ask a question later on.
Okay, if we could, we would love to have you ask the question in the Q&A feature. We are taking all questions tonight, and we will get back to our community a little bit later with any questions. Right now, we're only taking public comments. So if you do have one, I'm happy to add you to the list.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next public comment request is from Jennifer Stone. Jennifer, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you, board. Thank you for uniting a diverse community with divergent political views under one roof for one cause. We may not have found each other otherwise, if not for your lack of leadership and vision for our children. Second, I will tell you we aren't going anywhere. Not until our children are back in school full time. We will not be waited out, left in the dark, or marginalized anymore. Since last week, dozens of school districts have announced return dates all around us. At this point, personally, I'm willing to accept a suboptimal return to school in order to just get back on campus so we can show you there is no great peril from which to run. Teachers and administrators are not going to start dropping like flies, and children will follow the rules. We have reacted out of fear and lack of vision for too long. I implore you to act like the community leaders you all claimed to be when you ran for public office. The pandemic is not leverage for a perfect union contract or to solve all previous woes that existed pre-pandemic. For those attempting that, and I'm speaking to you, union, shame on you. Trustees, some of you are teachers back in classrooms. Some of you are union lobbyists and special education experts. Do not tell me you are unable to understand the reasoning, the science, and the community health reasons for setting a date and planning to return. The guidance you are following is optional, and you know that. Pretending that what you are following is actually required is a falsehood. Do not tell me you don't understand what you're doing politically. Trustees, there will be a reckoning here, and staff, work the hours, the overtime, the extra it takes to get our children back. You all serve at the mercy of the taxpayers of this community, and we will stand for nothing less. Finally, tonight, I'm going on record as asking each of you to commit to a survey this week, asking parents their preference for fall and spring of 21-22. Enough of this spring. You all know, you saw it. It's over 50% said, please let us back on campus. What about the fall? Put us in the classroom in the fall before you strike a deal with the union that will tie your hands for another year of this garbage hybrid stuff that does not benefit our children and continues along, as my husband so eloquently said, the turtle path. It isn't enough for you to send us back now. We want to know in full transparency what your contracts say for fall and spring and the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next request for public comment is from Katrina. There's no last name, but Katrina, if you are with us, your microphone is turned on.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, and to our board members. First, I'd like to say thank you for listening to our community. I know that we are all doing our part and often burning the candle at both ends. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, time, and energy, the return of investment with distance learning is just not there. Quantity of instruction does not equal quality engagement of learning. In regards to the hybrid schedule, again, I would strongly urge the dual immersion program at Elkhorn Elementary is reviewed as a special program when returning to school. Much like our SDC opportunity program and students at Yola High School, dual immersion has its own small cohort of student population. These students require a specialized approach to teaching, learning, and intervention to truly be immersed in the target language while maintaining the proper development for the English language as well. Without the independent review, we won't be able to address the concerns of our students to be able to provide them with the support that is required. It is imperative that we have an option to provide an in-person learning environment and additional academic support for the success of our students. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Katrina. We'll take a quick pause. I want to address two raised hands that we have in the attendees list. Mariana Duval, I'm not going to unmute your microphone because we do have your request for public comment on record. You're on list, and we will call on you when it's time to read it. You're coming up shortly. And the next is Chuck Tobia. Chuck, your microphone is turned on. We just want to confirm real quick if you would like to make a public comment tonight. Chuck Tobia, if you're with us, we just want to confirm that you want to make a request for public comment.
I'm trying to turn my mic on, but yes, I would like to. Do I have my mic on?
Yes, your microphone is on. We have your confirmation that you want to make a request, and we'll add you to the list and call on you shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Our next public comment request is from Christine McFadden. Christine, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Good evening, all. My name is Christine McFadden, and I am a 9th grader at River City High School. I've always enjoyed going to school. I'm that kid that is always ready for school to start by the end of summer break. At the beginning of virtual learning, I was very motivated. I wasn't going to let COVID get in the way of my grades. But as virtual learning has gone on, I have lost most of that motivation. I pretty much only do schoolwork to keep my grades up. Not getting to interact with my peers, teachers, or friends has sucked out all of the fun of school for me. This brings me to my next point. Last weekend, I talked to one of my classmates for 5 minutes, having no idea that she was in my class. Neither of us realized that we had a class together until we knew each other's names. I've probably seen many of my classmates and not realized it because we have never seen each other's faces since we can't turn our cameras on in many classes. Those aren't the only negative impacts that distance learning has had on me. As a result of the isolation, I am now suffering from anxiety and depression. I'm not able to see any of my friends outside of school, and I'm not able to form any new relationships with my friends or teachers. Imagine how lonely you would feel if you never got to see any of your friends. Socialization is very important to the mental health of kids. If it is safe enough for sports to be back at the high school, then it should be safe enough for us to be back for academics. Yes, sports allow kids to socialize with other kids, but not everyone plays a sport. I'm 3/4 of the way through my freshman year and have never stepped foot in a classroom on the River City campus. I don't want to end my freshman year that way. I don't want to go to campus as a sophomore and still feel like a freshman. I haven't gotten to experience any of your typical high school experiences. I've never gotten to go to a high school dance. I've never gotten to go to a football, basketball, etc. game. I've never gotten to go to a pep rally. I've never gotten to experience a true high school spirit week. I've never gotten to go to a true club meeting. I never even got a real freshman orientation. I'm begging you to please put students first and open schools for 100% in-person learning. We are suffering and we need to be back in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Our next request is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Oh, I apologize. I was recovering from listening to my daughter speak. I want to begin my comment by saying thank you to Jennifer Stone Iceberg. I cannot believe you put it so eloquently and so accurately. I also want to thank Doug Knepp for his list of questions, because that's the problem. There's questions. We are so far into this. This is the planning that could have been done during the summer. This is the planning that could have been done months ago when we were in the deep purple tier, when we were shut down. This is the planning that we've been asking for. And I understand why some people say that some of us parents are pushing for this to, quote, happen quickly. It seems like it's happening quickly because you have a lot of work to do to get us to where you should have already had us. We are in the red tier. You guys are still planning for purple tier. You're still talking about small cohorts. You are still following purple tier restrictions. We are in the red tier. Our K through 12 should be open today. And in about 2 weeks, we're scheduled to be back in the orange tier. The schedules that were put out today, I thank you for doing three different schedules to choose from for elementary, but our 6-12 students deserve the same choices. The families deserve to be able to see different choices and see what's going to work for them. You're just not doing that. That was put together because you got slammed at last Thursday's board meeting. And then parents got upset and parents organized. And we're not going to stop. We are not going to stop until our kids are back in school 100%. And I promised myself that tonight I wasn't going to comment from emotion because you guys don't care when I do. You don't care what I say. President Pizzotti made that clear during my previous comment. But I'm tired and I'm upset. And it hurts me to hear my daughter read the words that she just read to you. So please, for the love of everything holy, get these kids back in school.
Our next public comment is from an anonymous attendee. The anonymous attendee has their microphone turned on and you may begin. If you are joining us tonight anonymously, your name is titled anonymously on the attendees list. Your microphone is turned on and you may begin at this time. All right, we'll move on to the next public comment request from Kimberly Munhank. Kimberly, your microphone is turned on and you may begin when ready.
Good evening, board members, and thank you for taking our comments quite early in the evening. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to speak from the point of view of a parent that whose daughter is honestly thriving in the virtual environment, doing everything that's been asked of her throughout since the fall. Spring, obviously a different situation. Wasn't happy with that. But this fall, her two teachers have really just bent over backwards to make her experience and just over the top awesome for the situation that we're in. And granted, we're a household where both parents will not be returning to the workplace in the year of 2021. That's just a fact that we know of personally. My husband's business that he owns, they won't be returning. My government office agency that's all open floor plans, we won't be returning. So we live in a world where we know that this situation is going to be around for a little bit longer, and we're okay with her staying virtual. However, when we explain to her what the constraints of returning to a classroom look like, she can't talk to her friends. She's staying behind a plastic barrier. She's not working in groups. Oh my gosh, you guys, the group work. I listen in at her door and listen to her lead through virtual breakout rooms and listen to the kids speak. It's so awesome. And as a former teacher, I have to say that what I'm watching and what she's doing in her room with her closed door is learning. And I can vouch for that. And I know her teachers are. And guess what? Her iReady scores, it showed it. I haven't touched her work at all this year. Trust me, they're awesome. She's where she needs to be. And we can see it in all of her other work. So I'm just going to ask that I know that there's a 60-40 split right now. I know people need to go back to the classroom. Gosh dang it, I want to fight for those kids and for the right to be back in the classroom. But we need to make sure that there's still 40% of parents who are not sending their kids back this year because this system is working. And if I send my kid back behind a plastic shield, sitting in a room all day, trying to send paper airplanes on notes instead of, virtually chatting with their friends, it's not going to work. So please continue to include virtual students in the planning. If there's any way you could ascribe some more details to the simulcasting and what that would look like for virtual families, I think that would be really helpful. Additionally, adding virtual schedules to the, I don't know if it's the second or third plan, that there wasn't any virtual students included. If you could do that prior to sending this out for parent input, it would be really great. So thank you again. And I just hope we come to a decision for our whole community that will serve as many needs as possible, but especially the needs of those students who need to return to the class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next comment request is from Lucia Lopez. Lucia, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. First, just want to thank you for the emergency board meeting and you guys taking the time out to do it. Just a reminder, I know everybody's working hard. I think we need more notification to all of our families. It was on Facebook. And then I'd commented that we needed to get it out on the phone app, texting and that such, which should have been preferably done yesterday when it was announced on Facebook. So just a reminder that not every single person of the district is on Facebook. So we need to just make sure we're sending stuff out through all of our ways of communication. And I think too, just getting the district to just send us weekly updates. So we're not in the dark about what's going on, so that we know the steps. Because I know there are things that are being done. I'm part of work groups. And I think parents need to keep hearing what you guys are doing. Hoping that you guys do make a decision quickly, setting dates, voting on a plan. I know everyone's not going to be happy, but I think we just need to make a plan and stick with it. And then if you do take surveys, getting possibly the teachers to help, getting the principals to help, because I know the survey numbers are really low. So I think we need to go through other avenues to possibly get more input from the families. My kids are doing well virtually. Their kids are awesome. I have a 7th grader, so she has 8 teachers. The other one is in 5th grade. She is doing well. But I know emotionally they do need to be back. My little one, it's hard because I work, my husband works, so it's hard for her to get outside and go do stuff because I'm at work all day. So sometimes it's hard. And I know we may not still even have recess, but I think just getting there would help her. And even my junior higher and being in junior high, as hard as it is. So being back in class, seeing people is going to help. And then I think just we need to make sure that we get the rooms measured. I keep hearing that we have some, but not all. So I don't know if we're able to use other staff or janitorial staff. I know they are still working because there are classrooms, but I think that needs to be a priority. And then just a priority to make sure that we're planning for the fall, that if we're making negotiations, that we're doing things, making plans for every single color tier, and not doing everything just last minute, just making sure that we're trying to plan ahead.
Yeah, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next request for public comment is from Tony DeLove. Tony, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Yorgos, I believe Tony already commented.
Oh, that's my mistake. He did already. Thank you, Tony, for your comments. Our next request is from Charlie Goodrich. Charlie, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Hello, thank you very much for your presentation. Someone else mentioned in the presentation, or not in the presentation, in the comment, that there's no timeline. I find it very interesting that you would present all of this information and go through all of this time and not have a timeline. My kids are not thriving in this environment whatsoever. Are they doing it? Yeah. Is it the best thing for them? Absolutely not. These kids need to be in school. I haven't heard a lot about what the kids are missing as far as socializing. It affects our household in so many ways. It affects my marriage. It affects a lot of things. And it is very, very difficult. And I'm a person that only has to work 3 days a week. And my wife only works 3 days a week. We're blessed to be able to be home with our kids. What about people that work 5 days a week? What about those families? What about those families that are struggling? The economic effect that this has on us. It is a hardship, to say the least. And I'm disappointed that we're not back to school. It seems like the only reason that you guys had this meeting was because it hit the fan. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I just think that you guys should have a timeline. I can't believe there's not a timeline. You're not going to make everyone happy. I get it. It would be impossible to make everyone happy. But just make a decision and have a timeline. Thank you for your time.
Our next request for a public comment is from Anna with no last name. Anna, your microphone is, Anna, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Anna, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we got you now. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Good evening, school board. Thank you all for the opportunity to comment. I know this has been a very difficult year, and there's a lot of strong feelings around all of this, and there's been a lot of traumatic experiences that we've all been through. So I know everyone is working their best to find different solutions, and I appreciate that, all the hard work that goes into this in our community and how much everyone does care about trying to find the best way to educate all of our children. I did want to speak as a parent of a child who does have a health issue, which the doctor has made us aware that could potentially make, if our child was to get COVID, a more serious reaction. And because of that, for right now, we would prefer the virtual model, at least for this year. We're hoping for better things in the future. So I wanted to speak from that perspective. Looking at the different models that were presented tonight, I was disappointed in the sense that it seemed like all of those 3 models presented were actually worse for virtual kids and better for in-person. I know there's been a lot of noise that's been raised, and I do understand the request, everyone, for those who have deep needs for the in-person. But I do have to say, I am frankly disappointed for a board that's supposed to be focused on equity. Part of that for me would be meaning equal educational opportunities. And I am really disappointed to see that it seems like some of the loudest voices may have gotten more of what they wanted, but as a result, some of the kids who in the virtual model who may actually tend to have some of the parents that don't raise issues as much are going to potentially have worse education for the last 3 months. So I find that disappointing. So as a person advocating more for the virtual model. I know we're all coming from our own different perspectives. I just really ask that the board consider, when making a decision, just consider all kids and realize that, and I know what an incredible challenge you've been tasked with to try to meet kids in all different modalities. It's really an impossible task, but just to please keep in mind the virtual kids. It's a really hard thing to choose and to have that constant fear. And I really would like it also to be considered what it's like for kids who are virtual and not just for all of those advocating for in-person. So I hope what I would ask for is it's going to be really hard for my kids to change teachers. So continuity of teachers would be really important to me. I'm not a huge fan of the simulcasting for elementary school kids. So minimal amount of that would be my preference. It's obviously not up to me. I'm one person. But I would just ask you consider those things. I feel like this has been a traumatic enough time, and I looked at the data and it seemed like the overwhelming preference for elementary was to stay with teachers. So I ask that you really consider that. And, you know, I know I don't like the
I'm sorry,
word.
that's
Thank you.
sorry.
That's-
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dragos.
Yes, before we proceed, there are a few hands that have been raised in real time, so I do want to acknowledge that they're raised and take their request at this time. So let's begin with Angela Nguyen. Angela, if you are looking to make a request for public comment, excuse me, we will confirm that right now.
Yes.
Great, your name has been added to the list. Thank you. Our next request is from Britt McFadden. Britt, if you're looking to make a public comment, we are happy to confirm we actually have you on the list already.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you hadn't skipped me.
Nope, we have not skipped you. You're coming up soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next hand raised is from Barry Alves. Barry Alves, if you would like to make a request, we're happy to confirm.
Sure, and I think there was confusion. I did not want to speak anonymously, so I think I got skipped. I think you're looking for me.
Got it. We have you on the list coming up shortly, and we'll call on you when the time comes. All right, our next public comment request is from Sarah Steenhausen. Sarah, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Hello, my name is May Steenhausen, and I'm an 8th grader at Stonegate. This whole year has been very bad for students, including me. I want you to understand what we are going through. My students are working so hard, but it is not enough. Our mental health is just as important as our physical and academic development. I wake up in the morning not really wanting to go to school when I've never felt that way. Academically, my grades are fine, but mentally, I'm not doing amazing. Students are struggling mentally, as I said, but also academically. I have friends who got completely unmotivated from being online, and now they do not care about school. At least 10 students that I know of are failing all their classes when they used to get all A's. I feel like I am behind academically and that I will not be prepared for high school. Kids can't work online. It just does not work. We can't focus as well and we cannot learn. I understand that you cannot agree on something, but is it really that complicated? The whole reason why we have school is because of the kids, and I feel like you guys are not taking that into account enough. 5.5 hours a week is not enough in order to prepare us for high school. We want to be in school at least 2 full days a week, if not full time. Please put our needs first. We have seen that it can be done in other districts. And now, to be clear, I'm not speaking for all students, but I am speaking from my experience and everyone I know. Thank you.
Our next request is from Mackenzie Souza. Mackenzie, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
So I can comment, right? I'm in the list.
Correct, Mackenzie. It's your turn right now.
Okay. As a student who is currently a junior in River City High School, I am struggling not to keep my grades up, but to actually retain all the information I'm being taught. Yes, I have A's and B's in all my classes, but doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to use this in a public experience, public environment. No, I want the board to really look at the schedule for River City and kind of put into perspective how you would want to go to school. You wouldn't want to go to school and have 2-3 hours a day for only 2 periods. You would much rather go on a different schedule. I think the way the schedule the only schedule that we have been presented for River City High School is a flawed schedule. And I think that our effort should be put towards figuring out a good solid schedule, not just for River City High School, but for all other schools. Because full-time, not just part-time, not third and fourth period for 3 hours a day, because that is going to affect mental health as well as educational learning. Because I know my experience, only getting to see 2 teachers is going to be the hardest thing. I also really want to have my senior experience, whether that be going to rallies or whether that be, having socially distanced football games. I was looking forward to that my whole high school career, my whole middle school thing. And whether it be socially distanced, I would much rather have that than being online. As someone who has anxiety, I think that the schedule that has been provided to us at this current time is, once again, like the person I think before me said, it is going to be harder for kids who decide to stay virtually. It is going to affect them a lot more than it is for people who are going to be in person. And as someone who is considering staying virtual, the way that the schedule is going to be placed for us is so much harder than it is now. And so I think that our effort should be going towards figuring out both virtual and in-person learning for the students who want to do either. All my social interactions right now are currently bubbles. All I see are name tags of people who are in the class. Very few people actually speak. As a student who is in 4 classes for 55 minutes a day, I, on average, hear 2 kids speak in each class. Comments are very rare, and teachers have to call out or email home parents of students who are not listening, who are not paying attention, who are not participating. And that is detrimental to both my mental health and, I'm assuming, for a good portion of River City's.
Kenzie, I'm sorry, that's time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment request is from Chuck Tobia. Chuck, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Can you confirm my microphone's on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. So I missed the first part of the meeting, so I'm just going to make my general comments. I did attend 2 meetings with Bridgeway Island last week, and one of my big takeaways from that was that they don't have any idea what they're going to do when it's time to go back. And hearing Doug Knepp's list of things that are still unknown at this point in time, I mean, I just feel like someone should be embarrassed or ashamed that that's where we are today. We've known for 11 months, really, that we're going to have to go back to school at some point. Right? Last summer, we started school a week late because they decided to give the teachers some instruction on how to teach online. Again, all summer long, that could have been taken care of. So I have to say that I think we need to get back to in-person in some form as soon as possible for a lot of reasons, and people have already said. But one of the key reasons in my mind is I have a strong feeling that it's probably going to go pretty badly based on what I've seen so far. And I would rather waste 2 or 3 or 4 weeks this spring in a year that's already kind of been trashed than to do that next fall, when people have probably a chance to go back full time, or at least most of the time. And I would rather not see the district foundering around trying to figure stuff out in September when they could figure it out in March or April. I guess I would also like to say that, some other people commented. Again, what I heard from Bridgeway Island last week was a desire to try to please everybody. That's ridiculous. You're never going to please everybody. Not everybody was pleased 2 years ago. Not everybody's going to be pleased 2 years from now. So forget about that. I totally agree with the person who said you need to make some choices, put them in front of the parents, and let them choose what they want to do for their kid. I do think, you're going to have some virtual options. Let the teachers who can't come back for health reasons teach the virtual students, and let the teachers who can come back teach the in-person students. So, I mean, again, if you think sticking with your own teacher is the most important thing, that might be a different for you. But in my opinion, is if you think it's most important to stay home, you should be happy to have, a teacher. And if you think it's most important to be in person, you should be happy to have any teacher who's there. I think I agree with most of the comments about opening up and doing it soon. reiterate that you guys should be ashamed of yourselves for not having something better planned by this point. And lastly, I would like to say that I don't understand or know all the parts aspects of the union contract or where you have or haven't tried to negotiate with teachers, but I would strongly advocate and urge you not to negotiate things that aren't required to be negotiated by the contract. So there's no reason to talk about flexibility or choices or this or that if the contract doesn't require that. I think the school district needs to abide by that, as does the union, and just go forward and get things done. Thank you.
Our next request is from Britt McFadden. Britt, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Who knew we would get to a point where our children are protesting to go back to school? We have heard from several students lately begging the school board to let them go back to school full time. But unfortunately, those cries for help have fallen on deaf ears. The best answer they can be given is we are working on it. We are coming up on the 1-year anniversary of these students' last day of in-person learning. That means the board has had almost a year to come up with a solid plan and implement it, as well as we moved into the appropriate tiers. But unfortunately, the board is so incompetent that they can't even figure out what tier we are in. We moved from deep purple to purple tier, and district employees were adamant that we were still in the deep purple tier. We are now in the red tier, but your agenda states that we are still in the purple tier. Had you finalized plans months ago, we could have had a smooth transition to a hybrid model that would serve all students equally based on their needs. Should I even mention the fact that the classrooms are still not set up based on regulations? Last week, it was discussed that measurements have not been taken for each classroom yet. Good thing we have millions of dollars of PPE collecting dust in a warehouse. The incompetence of the board is wearing on both students and parents alike. We need strong leadership on the board and someone who will make decisions for our students. Kobe needs to step down as president because he's obviously not ready for his turn and doesn't have the maturity to represent the district. I leave you with a quote from John Peace. The worst business decision you can make is no decision. The needs are not going to go away. Waiting is what's gotten us in this situation we're in now.
Our next request for public comment is from Barry Alves. Barry, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Thank you. I appreciate there are no easy solutions here, but it is extremely misleading to suggest that the scope and the impact of your current negotiations are limited to the initial reopening this spring. The teachers union has a long and comprehensive approach, whereas you're asking parents to ignore the next year and focus on only the next 2 months. You're hiding the ball. The board members are both struggling to reopen the school for just 4 to 8 hours a week for each student, but also privately insisting to many parents that the school be open in person 4 to 7 hours each day during the next school year. This is completely illogical. You should reopen now so parents can assess your capabilities to do so and the results. But if you ask for us to wait until the next school year reopens to turn to the next school year, you either fail to grasp how you're currently harming your constituents, or you choose to achieve that very unpopular result by avoiding public feedback. How the district negotiates the amendment to the contract now, the terms, specifically the amount of distancing, which is not completely mandated by law and you've never really pushed back on, the duration, whether it expressly applies beyond June 2021, will be determined of whether the school operates during the next school year and how in person. Whether you know it or not, you're making concessions now that will dictate when or whether you return to 100% in person next year. It's crazy to make concessions or codified terms with more well-funded and more well-experienced lawyers without a plan for next year. Moreover, you've never once asked parents what they want or expect next year. I can assure you it is not part-time 2 days a week. I and many other parents demand a survey in the next few days. Provide us with 4 and 5 easy to read and understand options. Parents should be able to choose at least 2. Even if you're not going to offer them, 5 days, full time a week should be on there. 5 days, 4-hour sessions with AM and PM sessions, which happens in other California school districts, should be on them. Again, Use clear language and allow parents to vote on their top two. Many parents, again, a lot of us are asking tonight or in the next couple of days if you're going to do this, because it really seems like you're locking in long-term plans, promising something else, and then you're not going to deliver and pretend to be shocked. And that is just completely illogical. There needs to be more communication here. Ask us what we want and negotiate towards that plan for next year, because that needs to happen now.
Our next request for public comment is from Angela Nguyen. Angela, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
You hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I just want to say, like, both of my son and me, we got the COVID last year before the school closed. So right now, I'm really concerned about the safety. I try to keep my son at home, study from home as long as I can, even though I know like it's really hard for me. I work full time. I'm single mom. I work full time, and I have to monitor my son. It's really stressful. But the thing is, safety. I don't want to get the COVID again. So I would like to have the school have the good plan for both virtual and in-person kids. Like at least we have the vaccine, so we'll be safe. And another comment, in person, you have 4 days. I mean, like right now you have like 2 days, only 2 to 3 hours per day. It's tough because the parent, they have to drop it off and hang around somewhere, pick them up at noon. Rather, like you have 4 days is better than only 2 to 3 days. So that's the thing on my comment. And I would like to know, like, when we go back to class, for the kids go back to class, how the class set up, the table set up, is that safety for the kid? If it's safety, then I can send my son back to school. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next request was pre-submitted from Christy McKinney, but we see that Christy McKinney is here. So Christy, if you would like to read your own public comment, the microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth and Board of Trustees. After Thursday's board meeting, I am more disappointed and concerned about where we are in our quest to safely reopen schools to provide choice and equity for all students and families. Our students are becoming bored, tired of staring at the screen for 6 hours, and becoming disinterested in school. Parents understand that in-person instruction is, as our children have known it, is not going to be the same as we learn to live in our new normal. However, we do not want to find ourselves stuck in analysis paralysis, continuing to wait, living in fear, and not adapting to the new way educating our future leaders. We have been living through a pandemic the last year that is expected to be with us for at least the next year to 18 months. 60% of our student population want to return to in-person core curriculum instruction, and this group continues to grow the longer schools remain closed. Parents understand that we must be flexible and realistic when it comes to reopening schools. There will be teachers that will not want to return in person, and that students may need to be reassigned or regrouped with another teacher. This argument holds true for students who choose to remain in the distance learning model as well. We all must be prepared to be nimble, flexible, and adapt. Our teachers have worked tirelessly the last year to pivot and navigate a new way of teaching. They have spent countless hours developing curriculum and trying to make the best virtual learning experience for our kids to meet their needs. We see you, we thank you, we appreciate you, and our kids miss you. Parents are asking the district and the board to act and get in the game. The district has allowed high school sports to start in person, with plans for middle school sports to start after spring break. Our children need in-core instruction just as much in person, just as much as they need sports to return. Distance learning was supposed to be our temporary solution while the district developed a safety plan, analyzed the data and science, and moved into the red tier or higher so that all students had an equitable option that met their needs, either virtual or in person. Instead, distance learning continues to be the only option available since school closed on March 13th, disproportionately putting our neediest students at a disadvantage. Education equity is no longer a priority when it should be for our students. Students normally excel academically are now failing because distance learning is not working for them. Our students are struggling with mental health issues, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, being removed from homes, and homelessness. What is our district going to do to meet their needs? WUSD can do better. WUSD must do better. It is time for WUSD to step up and lead. Thank you.
Our next request is from Preston Jackson. Preston, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Yorgos, thank you very much. I kind of make this public comment a little bit reluctantly because I really wanted to kind of just sit back and see how things kind of played out, but I felt compelled to make a comment tonight because when we voted to close schools a year ago, it wasn't an easy decision that we made. It came with a lot of angst, a lot of anxiety, but it was the right decision to make, and it was a decision that we made because we felt it was the thing to do in the best interest of our students. Now you're faced with making the decision of returning our kids to school. And I implore the board, the sitting board members, not the new ones, to don't forget the purpose of when we started this process. We did everything through the lens of equity. And right now, the schedules that are being presented and the way that we're talking about returning our kids to school is not equitable. It is not serving the needs of our most needy students. It is not serving the needs of our students who need the most focus. We have one presentation that has a schedule that includes our pre-K through K students, but nothing else. How is that equitable for those kids? Why can't we not just use the regular traditional AM/PM model that we currently have for our kindergarten and pre-K kids in the sites that we already have it at? It makes no sense that here we are almost 9 months later since then Trustee Wong made the request to have classrooms measured so we knew exactly how many students we could fit in each classroom, and that still has yet to be done. That's unacceptable. That's not serving our students. You're asking parents to make decisions off of possibilities and what could be's, and instead of off of the facts. We've used the facts. We've used the science. Don't lose focus of that. And understand this, regardless of the decision you make, everyone's not going to be pleased. But the fact of the matter is that now is the time to come to some sort of decision and make a decision on how we're going to return our kids. Let our kindergarten kids go back to the school in the ways that they normally would have anyway, because our normal traditional AM/PM model works. If we take that, there shouldn't even become included in any of these models besides that. We need consistency. Those kids need consistency more than anyone else. And so to have options where those kids can possibly be separated from their teachers is not acceptable. I understand this is not an easy decision to make. You guys are in a tough spot, but you know what? You chose to be in the spot that you're in right now. And now more than ever, it's the time for you to make the decisions and lead this community in the way that is going to best represent the entire community. Not just the squeaky wheels. It is time to represent those who can't speak for themselves. That's your job. That's your charge. And that is what equity is. Lead for those who are unable to lead themselves. Put our kids back. The district has done a great job in terms of making it safe. If I were a teacher in this district, I would be more than happy to return back because of the work that has been done. But now we need to put that same effort in providing the safe opportunities for our kids to return back to campus.
Preston, time's up. Thank you.
Our next request is from Jamie Baker. Jamie, you had pre-submitted your comment, but we see that you're here live. Do you want to make your comment yourself?
Yes, I will.
Great, thank you.
I'm here today because I am concerned that at last week's board meeting, that as a collective whole, you have not listened to the parents and continue to put off having a plan in place to return our children to school. I feel that the board is not doing what is in the best interest of our children. We're going on almost a complete year of distance learning. In August of 2020, at the start of a new school year, the district should have been starting to have a plan to return to some type of in-person instruction, whether hybrid or in-person full-time. We all knew this day would be coming eventually. We just didn't know when. So a plan was and is needed. In December, my children finally broke. They're at Stonegate Elementary in 1st and 2nd grade. For most of 2020, they thought it was awesome that dad had to stay home, and then mom, and then grandma, then summertime at the YMCA camp at Bridgeway and Westmore Oaks, and then back to dad and mom and grandma, and sometimes a babysitter. They used to not like going to school much, and it'd be a struggle in the morning to get them out the door. Fast forward to the end of 2020. I hear, Mom, after Christmas break, can we go back to school? I miss school. I miss my teacher. I miss my friends. I didn't think I'd miss it, but I just missed being there. I was crushed. I could feel their pain. I could see their pain. Kids just want to be kids in school. Teachers are essential. They also never get enough credit for what they do. They almost always go over and beyond what is required by their job. But let's face it, teachers aren't in this profession for the money. They care. They want to teach. They want to mold young people and inspire them. With that being said, a lot of other professionals are essential. Paramedics, like my husband, nurses, doctors, police, grocery workers, daycare providers. They have all gone to work during this entire pandemic. It is safe to bring the teachers back into the school with proper policies and procedures in place. Planning is a form of leadership. The district's lack of planning is starting to show lack of leadership. As a leader, you may not always make the right decision all the time, and you won't be able to please everyone, but you make a decision and move your team, AKA the district, forward. I understand a school district has a lot of moving parts. However, I implore you to work towards a hybrid model to bring our kids back to their teachers. Multiple districts and private schools in our region have hybrid models, and we don't have to recreate the wheel here. Just last week, Yolo County was able to move into red tier, and the district is not ready to have students back because of a lack of planning at the forefront. Please prove us parents wrong that you have not given up on us and our kids. Please be the leaders we are hoping you are and make a decision and move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed, as a point of decorum, we would like to remind all attendees tonight that if you would like to be called on or make a request for a public comment, it would be much appreciated if you could identify yourself by your full name, first name, last name, or anonymous, and then we will know to call on you for a public comment. Our next public comment is from Mariana Duval. Mariana, your microphone is turned on and you may begin. Mariana Duval, if you can hear us, your microphone is turned on. All you have to do is unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening. It has basically been one full year since school closed. We all knew the day would come when our county would allow the schools to open for in-classroom instruction. You have had almost 1 year to establish a plan so that we would be ready to implement it once we receive the green light. The half-day, 2 days a week plan has been in the works for a while now. Multiple community members mentioned it to me before you even presented it. Yet it feels like you are just now becoming serious on getting our kids back in school, which is completely unacceptable. And even now you're discussing this as if we're in the purple tier. Today should have been our first day back in the classrooms. You have not even provided a timeline or a start date, which is what I was hoping to hear first and foremost tonight. We elect you to make decisions that will best serve all the students in our community. I understand that this is not easy, but you are failing us, not only us, but also our children. Respectfully, time is up. We're tired of participating in school board meetings, only to hear the same thing. Plans are in the works. I'm frustrated receiving surveys this late in the game or an update with no new information. What exactly is it that we're waiting for? Some schools in neighboring counties have returned to in-person instruction 5 days a week. You have the opportunity to make Washington Unified School District one of the local pioneers of a successful return to school plan. Why do you not want to make this happen? In addition, since plans to return to school for several hours a day, a couple days a week, took almost a year to complete. I sure hope you're currently working on getting our kids back 100% in classroom instruction for the 2021-2022 school year. Send a survey regarding the upcoming school year within the next couple of weeks. Families must know what to plan for. On a personal note, it's heartbreaking to hear my kindergartner almost daily ask, "Is today when I get to go back to school?" And my response is always, "Not yet, buddy." Please give our kids the opportunity to see their teachers and classmates and have a sense of normalcy. They deserve it. Thank you.
President Pizzotti, with that, we have reached the final request for public comment from our folks that are joining us live. We can continue on with the list for all pre-submitted public comments at this point.
All right. Thank you, Yorgos. I appreciate that. Have you been marking off those that have spoke already?
Correct. We've been marking off on the list. You may begin with the first public comment from Pat Flint.
All right. Thank you. Can somebody time, please? Thank you. Let's see. Let me find Pat Flint's comment. Give me a sec. Okay, there's Pat Flint's. Okay. Attached as a reminder of my comment at the July 23rd, 2020 WSD meeting that was never read into the record. Please include a copy of the attachment into the March 2nd, 2021 record. It may have been a little harsh at the time, but after many comments I have made in the past, I feel were never considered. I was extremely frustrated with the lack of concrete what-if planning scenarios. So here we are 8 months later, pushed into last-minute decisions once again, and still no concrete plan. My suggestion going forward is thinking outside the box, that sometimes those closest to the issue cannot see. You cannot let the state, the governor's proposal as presented yesterday, March 1st, and federal funding pass this district by. You could become a state model if done with coordination, cooperation, and swift action. My suggestion is you take Terry Souza, maintenance manager, along with the facilities master plan, and see what underutilized classroom and school spaces can be used for lowering the population at each school for health and safety reasons, temporary for the remainder of this year and all of next year. Then evaluate what will be needed in the future. You have this very unique opportunity because this community passed your school bond and we have space. Bare minimum maintenance to get schools open for longer than the minimum hours proposed quickly. Temporary extra help can be hired, and perhaps the state could honor emergency teaching credentials as done in the past to fill gaps. I could go into more detail, but you have staff that have admin experience, teaching experience, and facility experience. I know a staff member I have in mind to coordinate this back to school committee that could get this started and swiftly implemented. You moved her from an admin position to a teaching position. She is great at both and knows the district community funding opportunities and staff well. Our current admin are on overload. You as a board are responsible for giving our students everything they need to be successful, students in a global society. It should be equitable to all. Time to do the job you were elected to do. Please make a decision that will benefit our students. Again, please read my comments as of July 23rd, 2020. Let's see.
The next on the list would be public comment number 4 under the pre-submitted section.
4. Thank you.
Yep.
There we go. Shania Richardson, good evening. I am a senior and foster youth at River City High School, and I was not expecting March 13th, 2020 to be my last day in the classroom. My whole dream has been to graduate high school and have a full experience as my brother did. We kids deserve to have some opinion in all of this. This should be the year for seniors to experience some of our best memories. The only memories we have as seniors right now are little dots on our Zoom classes as our teachers talk to us and have their cameras on for 15 to 20 minutes a day. This should not be the way freshmen start their high school experience and seniors end theirs. I'm not saying make everyone go back to school, but give students a choice of full virtual or full in school. The students are being left out of the discussions and are the ones suffering the most. We need help and no one is listening to us. Let those of us that want to go back in person get the help they need and seniors the chance to graduate in person. Say that's Christine. Okay, next, Dawn Peterson. Hello, school board trustees and superintendent. We're excited that you will be announcing schools reopening for hybrid learning. The sooner the better. Now that ventilation issues have been fixed and that teachers and staff are being vaccinated, we hope that we can send our son to be in person with his classmates and teachers immediately. In addition to classroom time, our son sorely needs recess time with classmates. We dearly hope that schools will find some way to allow for outdoor play on the play structures. COVID-19 transmission is virtually unheard of outdoors, especially with masks on. Our son and he is in the 5th grade at Bridgeway Island. Thank you. Number 7, anonymous. I'm a parent of a 4th and 8th grader at Bridgeway Island Elementary. I want to start by saying my boys have had a wonderful experience this year with their virtual education. I cannot say enough positive things about how the district and school have handled the very difficult time. Because we have a high risk factor, we will not be returning to school in person this year. My biggest concern is that my children will lose their current teachers and the quality of virtual teaching they have received this entire time. For my children, the social, emotional, and educational impact, if they were to have to change teachers at this point, would be very negative. Please keep all children with their current teachers. I also want to say that simulcasting is not a solution, in my opinion, as data shows the virtual students do not get an equitable education with this format. Thank you for your time and consideration. Okay. Anonymous. Hello, as I've viewed social media pages over the last few days, I can now say that I'm truly worried about the plan to reopen. The board has seen the hybrid plan several times and only just brought up concerns at the last meeting. Why put us at square one when we were making progress? The schedule wasn't perfect, but it was the most equitable for all students. All students is the most important part here. There are a few loud voices in the community that are taking a me mentality when creating comments and posts. Most comments are centered around themselves or their family and not their ideal plan, how their ideal plan would impact all students. They have even attacked board members based on what they think they have heard, which quickly spiraled only to be proven wrong by people who actually know said board member. If that isn't mob mentality in a nutshell, then I don't know what is. Why would a person with valid intentions create rumors and add to the anti-teacher rhetoric? Aside from verbal attacks, some of this group's members exemplify the reason why we need to make sure we approach opening safely. The numerous pictures of several families unmasked and closer than 6 feet demonstrates this group's disregard for safety procedures. Please do not put us back at square one, and please choose a plan that will be equitable for all students. Starting students with a new teacher for the remainder of the year is disruptive and will cause anxiety for students all over again. Another anonymous. I am writing this in regards to some of the statements that were said and heard last week from the community. Statements that, in all honesty, listening to as a teacher were disheartening to say the least. Statements such as, "You have a community that doesn't trust their teacher. Reconnect with your reason on why you decided to become a teacher," or "Teachers are really enjoying remote work and do not want to lose this perk." These statements came across as demeaning to myself as an educator after hearing these comments. It was extremely difficult to digest, and then the next day put forth every ounce of effort into continuing to give my students the best education possible. But I still did it because I love them. Please know the majority of teachers want to return to the classrooms just as much, if not more, than you. All we as educators were asking for from our board and district leaders was to be transparent and wise in designing a plan that would bring us and our students back into our classrooms safely. Being wise about the return to school also meant designing a model months in advance with all stakeholders instead of procrastination at no fault to WSTA. And we were just told somewhat of a plan to return 2 weeks ago. You see, as an educator, we would like to have been told of a well-designed and thoughtful plan at least months in advance in order to plan, prep, collaborate, and begin to design lessons that would fit the needs of our students within a hybrid model. Instead, we're just now hearing of a plan to return, and educators are once again rushed to prepare. Although this is not the ideal situation we're hoping for, it is the reality for WSD educators, and once again, we will rise and provide our children with the highest quality teaching we can give, because that is what we do. Whether this means waking up early in the morning hours to prepare, spending our lunchtime in helping a student, designing lesson plans until 1 a.m., sacrificing our family time to build effective lessons, or heading to Walmart to buy supplies for our students, we will do it for our kids. Trust us, seeing our kids is a perk, and they are our greatest why. Angela Williams. I, as a teacher here for quite some time, am concerned with how this is being handled. We have been in this pandemic for going on a year now. We have known what the social distancing requirements would be We have known what the social distancing requirements would be to come back in person. Why is the district still measuring classrooms? Why are we still coming up with new schedules? How many times are we going to do this to our families, our kids, to us? Getting us ready to come back before we have to set a plan is nonsense. This is exhausting, mentally, physically, and emotionally. I don't like to speak, but I'm tired. The yo-yo decision-making needs to stop. Let's just call this a virtual year and look ahead. I know that is not what any of us want, but why rush? To get some extra money? Let's take our planning skills and use them for good. Let's be the first to say, we have a plan for the fall. Let's be proactive and get prepared for the fall. Let's get this right. Janice Wu. I'm a second year biomedical science teacher. Currently, I already spend 10 to 12 hours a day on campus. My focus is on creating and delivering lessons and activities that are informative, appropriately challenging, and as interactive as I can make them for the 100% virtual environment. My virtual classes have a predictable schedule every day. This routine lets students focus on learning rather than be preoccupied by the mental and emotional stress of an uncertain environment. If the district rushes to return to in-person or hybrid school, students and their families can expect at least a week of clumsy, uncoordinated transition as teachers try to adapt quickly. All current lesson plans and the entire structure of my class are designed to optimize virtual learning. Many crucial students' work elements will not transfer to any in-person situation without lag time. Lag time represents learning disruption, uncertainty, and loss of stability. In addition to the instant disruption of a rushed return, a premature hybrid model also presents a marked inequity between the experience that in-person students and virtual students will receive. Right now, I actively respond to all students online, and we hold on-topic or off-topic conversations as the prompt takes us. However, in-person physically present students will necessarily demand more immediate attention. This will lead to virtual students being neglected in a hybrid scenario, simply by virtue of their situation. Inequity in definition. In closing, I would like to thank the members of the board for your level-headed and cautious leadership over the last year. It is undeniably difficult to make decisions that affect so many aspects of so many lives. And the temptation to submit to pressure is ever present. It is evident that in addition to your commitment to student success, you value the lives and the well-being of WSD teachers and staff. Thank you for not treating us as sacrifices. I wish you health and peace. Anonymous. I'm a teacher at the high school. Myself and my colleagues have worked tirelessly the past 7 months to deliver a high quality, engaging virtual education for our students from the safety of our homes. I do not feel it is safe to return to school, even in a hybrid model, until teachers and a large portion of the community are vaccinated. I do not have a medical exemption that allows me to stay home if I am forced back to in-person. However, my partner helps his mom through chemotherapy and works with my dad, who has multiple comorbidities. None of them have been eligible to receive a vaccine yet. Perhaps it seems safe to send me back to in-person instruction because I am young, healthy, and will be fully vaccinated soon. But there is not enough research to know if those vaccinated can still spread the virus, which I could easily pick up from an asymptomatic student and spread to my immunocompromised circle. I will not be risking their lives, especially when considering that a rushed return to a hybrid model will do little to improve the social and emotional and well-being or education of our students. A hybrid model is only going to put more strain on already burnt out teachers to deliver instruction to both in-person and online students. The in-person students will be masked, socially distanced behind plexiglass, and not allowed to interact with each other. While tending to their needs, the at-home students are going to suffer. Teachers will have to spend 2 weeks teaching routines and another 2 weeks on state testing. So I ask, what is the point of rushing back for a couple weeks of instruction in which I will be able to cover half the material I would be able to if we remained fully virtual? I understand the mental health of students is suffering in a virtual model. The mental health of teachers is as well, but bringing them back at the end of the school year to a sterile environment is not going to be the return to normal that parents and lawmakers are imagining. I urge the board to consider waiting until the fall to implement a return to in-person instruction, which will allow more time for vaccines to be widespread in the community. Lisa Voss. Good evening. I am Lisa Voss, a science teacher at River City High School. I'm addressing the board tonight because I'm concerned about the proposals for reopening. I very much want to be able to see my students for in-person, hands-on learning, but want that time to be effective, the environment to be safe, and the implementation to be equitable. When I look at the many schedules that have been proposed here and across the state, I see schedules that cut the amount of direct instruction that the students receive, are not equitable, and have a varying degree of safety for students. Students get less teacher time, they run a higher risk of contracting COVID, and will have to be kept socially distant behind masks, plastic barriers when on campus, and students lose their face-to-face time with the teachers, even when they're instructing virtually, because teachers will have to be masked while on camera. We have so little time left to the school year, and these changes will exact a heavy toll for small returns. I know that WSD and WSTA have been working to try and find a path to return to school that minimizes all of these factors, while also navigating ever-changing recommendations and guidelines for health and safety. I appreciate the work that has been done to continue that have been done and continue to do. As a teacher, I am already stretched to the point that I feel any little thing may topple me. I have no remaining reserves in me emotionally, physically, or mentally to cope with the strains of significant changes to the environment or to the semester. I feel that I am never caught up as I adapt materials best serve my students in the current environment, and reflect and reteach as needed to help my students get the exposure they need to the material. I cannot wrap my head around what it would take to add to the need for additional prep to accommodate the reduction of access to synchronous instruction, and the need to create all new asynchronous assignments while also trying to deliver in-person lessons that are fair and equitable for those accessing them virtually. I am feeling defeated. I am feeling overwhelmed. I am feeling crushed by the load that I have been carrying this year. Patrick Connell. The board should delay in-person instruction until it can ensure that all teachers and staff who wish to be vaccinated are. We are so close. Anonymous. I want to address the gregarious and frankly slanderous commentary that was displayed at the last board meeting, as well as plastered all over the very public social media. As a teacher, my first concern when it comes to my job is my students, and they are watching and listening to every single word uttered and action taken. Bullying behavior is defined as behavior that is intimidating in nature, harassment. This could include unnecessary criticism, unreasonable demands, and overall aggression. Bullying is defined as those behaviors being repeated. As far as I'm concerned, and I am very concerned, the bullying needs to stop. We need to stop spreading inaccurate information about teachers, making it very hard to conduct our jobs the way we need to. And we all have to remember, none of us are happy with the situation right now. Blaming me might make you feel better, but it fixes nothing. I am miserable in this setting, and despite many people's constant peddling, we are not whining or lazy or happy with things the way they are. I work incredibly hard, harder actually than I have ever worked before, with absolutely none of the rewards that I get from in-person teaching. Get your facts straight. Stop being cruel to the people who show up every day, despite what is being thrown at us. Or is that a forgotten factoid? That we are human beings. As such, we have dignity and deserve respect. I teach my students every single day that inclusivity and tolerance matter more, that we don't have to agree with one another or even like each other, but that we have to honor each other and be the best versions of ourselves that we can be. Slandering us doesn't teach them tolerance or how to argue their opinion using logic and reason, or how to be the best person they can be. It teaches them that we are not worthy of respect, and getting loud and mean is the only way to get what they want. Thanks.
Pizzotti,
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is a lot. It's very small print. It's
Yeah.
tiring. And if you want to try to delegate, for others to read, that is fine, because it's a lot, and it is small
Do
print
I,
on
do
all.
I see you volunteering, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez? I would really appreciate it.
All right, I'll volunteer. And then if others would like to jump in, I am happy to share the wealth. Okay, and I lost my glasses somewhere in my office. I'm going to make it. Okay, will
Make
you
the
just
print
help me
larger.
with what number you are? Are you on number 17?
17,
Michelle Broderson.
Broderson, yeah.
Okay, I have to move to this screen because you can't hear me if I talk on the other one, so I won't be able to see you. But Michelle Broderson, I feel like this may allow for COVID spread exponentially with the constant changes of rooms. How does the hybrid work with internet not being strong at the school? How will classes be small enough for spacing and distancing? How can we clean in between classes? I worry about the rising COVID after spring break, like it's happened after each break prior. Okay, the next comment is Laura Frederico. Washington Unified Board members and Superintendent Hildreth. In June of last year, I wrote a letter in public comment asking for a return to in-person school plan for the fall. I never wavered in this opinion to open our schools for in-person learning. We are now here on March 2nd, 2021, and we still have not returned our students to campus. There has been time to plan, time to work group, time to negotiate, time to spend $15 million in safety supplies, but no time getting the vast majority of kids on campus. We have watched districts in surrounding counties return successfully. We have watched private schools and charter schools return to campus successfully. We are tired of watching, tired of excuses and new plans and new schedules and the laundry list of why we can't do it. Yes, we can, and the time is now to set aside politics and fear and listen to the experts in the science. If we can't create our own plans, then borrow from others who pave the way with effective practices and appropriate schedules that include full day on campus instruction. Please, for my kinder and sixth grader and all in Washington Unified School District who want to have a choice of quality in-person education, vote to return to school now. Thank you, Laura Frederico. Okay, next is Anonymous. Hello, I write this as a parent and educator in the community. I've been saddened by seeing community comments over the past few days. The original proposed schedule is not perfect, but what school district has had one? Sarah had mentioned 3 board meetings ago now how the proposed schedule was the best she had seen from surrounding districts, and all the board members agreed with her at that time. Why the flip-flop of several board members now? You all have had this schedule for at least a month and only now are raising concerns. Why? This has now put us back at square one and has fueled anti-teacher rhetoric with the community. Parents continually compare educators to nurses and doctors. The truth is our situations are not the same. Medical personnel are in well-ventilated areas and not crammed in classrooms with 15 other people for extended amounts of time. To the community members who state that you would come in school in hazmat suit if needed, shouldn't that be a sign that maybe we need to plan appropriately rather than scrap all plans and rush to make new schedules and go back? Let's do this right and move forward with the plan that was already in place. Starting from square one will only delay the opening and create a more inequitable solution for students. Number 20, Madeline Littlefield. My name is Madeline Littlefield and I am a second grader at Bridgeway Island. I want to be back in my classroom. I always get kicked out of my class on the computer and miss out on learning. Sometimes I can't hear my teacher because other kids have their mics on. I have a hard time learning from home and I want to go back to school. I miss my friends. Please let me go back to school. Number 21, Catherine Kramer. I understand that River City High School is considering an additional 80 minutes of instruction per day. I believe the students are presently struggling and at their breaking point with the amount of time spent staring at their laptop. The additional 80 minutes will increase existing issues, for example, frustration, anxiety, laptop burnout, the loss of student engagement and participation, drop in daily attendance, and an increase in mental health issues. In my experience as a school counselor this past year, I've helped many students deal with their mental health, their anxiety from school, multiple issues relating around time management. The additional 80 minutes of instruction per day to an already overburdened student body seems ill-advised and should be reconsidered. Number 22, anonymous. Many staff members do not feel comfortable returning to school and risking either their own health or their family's health. Keep in mind that health is not just a physical virus, but now the anxiety and depression that may come post-COVID. How will the staff's mental health be addressed, and how will the district take care of those members if they choose to take care of their mental health over their return? Number 23, Erin Rivers. Good evening. I am requesting for the benefit of both teachers, parents, and staff members to stop changing the schedules presented for learning. The original one offered was the most equitable for students in and out of class. We are now back at square one with 3 new models and no proposed start date because the board rejected a plan that had been available for the past month. It makes no sense why these concerned members of the community only spoke up last week if they had these concerns the entire time. If we are scrambling to make something work, that is a sign that it will fail, as it puts undue pressure on students, parents, and teachers. This needs to be a we mentality and not listening to a few squeaky wheels that don't represent our community. The HVAC systems have not been updated and it's not safe for a return. Number 24, Juliet Patrick. Good evening. Thank you for reading my comments as I am not able to attend tonight in person. My name is Juliet Patrick and I have been a teacher in the district for many years. Hold on, I just have to scroll down here. Sorry, don't take her time. I have asked to be included in every district team working on scheduling our return to school since last March. Just last Thursday, I saw for the first time a proposed schedule for 6th grade hybrid model. In my opinion, it seems doable. I wasn't thrilled with it. It seemed to need some modifications, but I also understand time is of the essence. I would like to reiterate that this was the first proposed schedule I've seen since March 13th. That night, I listened to the school board meeting and I was stunned at the number of parents who believe that the teachers do not want to return to school and are holding up the process. Tonight, I'm speaking to let all parents know that I haven't heard of any teachers holding up anything. I communicate regularly with a broad cross-section of teachers and have never heard of anyone who has held up anything. We don't really have the ability to hold anything up, just like you don't have the ability to get things moving faster. You may think our union has been holding things up, but that also isn't true. I don't think they were given the schedules before we were. The arguments I have heard from both the union and the parents is that they all want a safe return, that there isn't a safe return plan and a viable hybrid schedule can't be blamed on the teachers. As of right now, I haven't seen the new proposed schedules that will be presented tonight. I haven't voiced any opinions for or against them, and I assume most, if not all, of the teachers in this district are in the same situation. As of right now, we haven't been asked what our opinion is. Number 25, anonymous. Last week, we heard from many in the community in support of returning to school. With nearly every comment, we could hear the hurt and frustration. As soon as the presentation was over, President Pizzotti wasted no time in taking issue with the comments of parents. He even went so far as to say that he was having trouble maintaining his composure. If you're really that upset with a valid criticism from members of the public you serve, then I politely ask you step aside and let your seat be filled by someone willing to take the criticism and take action on it. How dare you criticize the hurt and anger felt by parents? You say that community members were incorrectly placing blame on the teachers, then where should it be placed? The district, the board, where? The lack of leadership. In a time where the community has been looking to the board for answers is appalling. You played the middleman during this last election cycle in an effort to maintain your seat, all by putting your political interests above the needs of the students in your district. It's time for you to step up and serve the community, be a leader, or at least try. Number 26, Annie Chisholm, and then I might try to pass it over to someone else because this tiny font and my lack of glasses is getting to me. Okay, 26, Annie Chisholm. I listened to the last Thursday's board meeting until 1 a.m. I was very troubled by the meeting and had a difficult time sleeping due to what transpired. First, I do not understand why the board allows anonymous statements. If someone wants to share something by calling in or via email, I would feel I feel it should not be done anonymously. They can still share their comments with the board and cabinet via email. Secondly, as a teacher, I was appalled by some of the statements and accusations that were made by parents. This has been an extremely difficult year for everyone. As teachers, we responded by adapting to an all virtual model and lesson planning grading on digital platforms regardless of our comfort level. This has been extremely challenging and overwhelming. We did not cause the pandemic, but we have done our best trying to adapt. Part of SB 98 addresses the social emotional health of students and teachers. What has the district done to address this very important need? We need to have our eyes wide open when assessing where we are and where we want to be. Hold on, I just need to scroll down. Just as parents, we have teachers who want to transition into a hybrid model if the district addresses all of the safety concerns. We also have teachers who do not feel safe due to their own personal circumstances at home, as do parents. I have many students who have contracted COVID-19 and who have lost family members to COVID-19. We have staff who have lost significant others, brothers, sisters, parents, and grandparents. Our country just passed a sad milestone of losing 500,000 people. Over 500,000 people will not be able to celebrate special occasions such as weddings, births, graduations, and holidays. We need to remind ourselves of the bigger picture. I heard some board members state how uncomfortable they were with the statements made by some of the parents in our community. This occurred after midnight. Most teachers did not hear the board's response. I want you to understand how devastating it is to hear what they said. We put our hearts and soul into the work because of the students. We are exhausted, we are depressed, we have anxiety, we are trying to hang on. It made me sick to my stomach. I celebrate our medical science industry's ability to create a vaccine on such short notice. This gives me hope, though it does not solve all of our issues with the pandemic. We still need to adhere to physical distancing, wearing masks, and washing our hands. I do not understand why the board gave in to the pressure from a very small group of community who are demanding immediate reopening without fully understanding what needs to be in place in order to do so safely. I'm even more concerned because all of the board members do not seem to understand what restrictions school districts need to adhere to. How can the board make a decision if some did not even understand that if we're open in the red tier, we can remain open even if we transition back into purple? You have a huge decision in front of you. Please be fully informed. Members of the board spoke for parents, stating that parents are okay with their children having a different teacher if it means we can reopen. What are they basing the statements on? Clearly not the survey the district gave to staff and parents.
Sarah, that's time.
Okay, thank you. And then would somebody else like to read? I'm on number
I believe
27.
Trustee Barnes raised her hand.
Okay, great. Number 27.
Lisa Casarnes. Good evening, board members. Thank you for taking my comments tonight. Thank you for bringing our kids back to school. It's a difficult time for everyone. I get it. I have kids I want back in school. I'm also scared of the COVID virus. There are no easy answers. I would like to speak about the sadness I feel seeing our community so divided and tearing each other apart. Parents started blaming teachers, then board members, then attacking each other and district leadership. We talk about being able to disagree civilly. Why the negativity? It is so ugly and not what I want from a community. It's certainly not what I want to teach my children to emulate. We're all in different situations. Teachers and staff are also providing childcare for their kids. They also have high-risk family members. Parents are exhausted and worn thin. Classified staff have been on site for months. Administrators have been on site for months. Everyone has been pulled in a million directions, stretched thin, been pushed to the brink, and our answer is to criticize and bring people down. What are we doing to support each other? I plead with the board to set the example. Work with the community openly and honestly and compassionately. Work with staff openly and honestly and compassionately. Be reasonable but positive. I plead with the community to support school staff, all school staff. I plead with school staff to work hard to come back and respond compassionately to our community. I plead with our kids to not copy the attitude and behavior that seeks to bully, belittle, and demean people who think or act differently than you want them to. We see all over social media the quote, "Be kind because everyone is fighting a battle you know nothing about." It's time to stop hiding behind screens and Facebook and just to be good and to just be good, kind people. Be the community West Sac deserves. Thank you for your time, Lisa Casarnes. Next comment, Molly Stanley. Good evening. I would like the following letter to be read. Okay. She wants it to be read tonight. Good evening. My name is Molly Stanley, and I have 4 children that attend Bridgeway Island Elementary School in grades 8, 4, 2, and 1. I am writing to encourage both a reopening date and schedule be voted on tonight. I completely understand and appreciate the shutting down of schools for all students early on. It was a good use of one-size-fits-all approach in a crisis situation. We are no longer in that same situation, and it no longer makes sense. Please give our children the option to be back in school full-time or as close to full-time as possible. Why is the proposed plan focused heavily on continued distance learning and minimal in-person? It should be the opposite given where case rates are, PPE, and vaccinations of educators and the most vulnerable. If given the option, the Stanley family wouldn't even choose a one-size-fits-all approach. Our 8th grader has severe dyslexia, many grade levels behind in reading. For the first time ever, he's excelling and even made honor roll due to distance learning, and he is more comfortable using assistive technology. Not to mention an amazing 8th grade team thinking outside the box, like when I sat in my son's bedroom with him first period and am his partner in 8th grade history instead of his peers, since he was embarrassed to read out loud, share his screen, etc. If given the option to stay virtual, we would pick that for our 8th grader. On the opposite end, our 4th grader, who is on a 504 plus, has some additional significant behavioral challenges, was struggling a lot with distance learning. I was even told by the school social worker in mid-October, just before a weekend, to take him to the hospital. That was in quotes. If it got any worse out of fear of him being both a danger to himself and possibly others. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist myself, and I completely understand why the situation warranted it, but that is a hard conversation to be on the receiving end of. From the start of school to the time in mid-October just mentioned, we had holes in walls, a hole completely through his bedroom door, and we had to put a lock on his window to keep him safe. And we had to remove all the furniture from his room. I talked to him about it some, and the most I could get out of him was that mom was always yelling at me to go to school or be in school. To him, mom has always been a safe, loving, firm, and supportive. Mom has always been safe, loving, firm, and supportive. Mom had to take on a new role that he nor I really knew how to manage. The school had no solution at that point, wouldn't allow him to go to the learning center. We enrolled him in the YMCA, and almost overnight his behavior changed. Most importantly, because he had safe peer interaction, but he also had a place to do school separate from his safe space of home. We are fortunate we could afford this. There are many families like ours that can't. My younger two children are struggling. Sorry. Okay, comment 30. Let's see, Julie Waters. Good evening. I am Julie Waters, parent of a 4th grader at Stonegate. I feel strongly against rushing to return to school. The facts are: 1, there are only 2 months of school left. 2, the majority of parents are not yet eligible to receive a vaccine, meaning the majority of WUSD families are still susceptible to catching COVID-19 and spreading it. 3, returning to school with the threat of COVID-19 spreading to families will only disrupt in-person learning and will force schools to close again. The constant change of schedules and adapting back and forth like that will only further hinder the already existing struggles that many families are facing. 4, the best option is to continue distance learning and to take adequate time to prepare the schools to safely return everyone to in-person learning in the fall. I am aware of the groups of parents planning a rally at RCHS, and I am aware of the pressure many families are putting on the district and the board to rush into opening schools. However, I trust that you will all make the best decision that results in keeping faculty, children, and families safe. Thank you, Julie Waters. And the next comment is Alicia Gutierrez. Thank you to the school board for convening this emergency board meeting on topic of reopening our public schools in West Sacramento. My name is Alicia Gutierrez, and I am a parent of 3 students at one of the WUSD schools. For a year now, my kids and I have been struggling through distance learning. I consider our family lucky because I am able to work from home and help my kids through technological challenges. However, I cannot give them the attention they deserve when I am working, and I feel for families working out of the home. While I applaud the efforts by the schools to make sure our students are outfitted with the proper technology and that the most dire situations were prioritized and accommodated, there is still a large percentage of families that are struggling with distance learning. We are now a year in. The kids want to go back. I've heard from many teachers that prefer in-person instruction, and teachers are being vaccinated now. Districts all over the country and around the region are figuring out how to return to school safely. Regarding schedules, I would like to explore the possibility of 2 to 3 days of full in-person instruction for each track, perhaps alternating like middle school students do on A and B days. I imagine this has been explored through the working groups, but the current schedule would likely be difficult for working parents to get students to and from home in the middle of the day if the after-school options are not available. I believe, like me, most families will make the proposed schedule work in the interest of getting the kids back into the classroom. I know many families who have opted out or are exploring homeschooling for the next school year, particularly if there isn't a clear plan to reopen the schools for in-person instruction. My understanding is that a drop in enrollment would negatively impact our district in ways that none of us would want to see. There are many, many models that have been working all around us, from local charter schools to Our Lady of Grace and Delta Elementary Charter School to public school districts that implemented hybrid schedules months ago. My request is that the board, 1, approve a date to resume hybrid in-person instruction and post the implementation schedule and supporting documents on the WUSD website. 2, design a survey for the 2021 school year so we have sufficient time to develop a plan. Please consult with parents, teachers, faculty on the design of the survey. Previous surveys have been confusing and have only presented limited options and information that make them difficult to complete. 3, release plans on the WUSD website before June 1, 2021 to resume full-time in-person instruction with options for distance learning for families with special situations. Should we stay on this downward trend in the rate of infection? I can see from the presentation that there are many considerations and understand the district and school board have many interests to consider. Thank you for prioritizing our students and developing the plan to return to in-person instruction this school year and next. Respectfully, Alicia Gutierrez. Stephanie, sorry if I messed this up, Mariquin Levine. Thank you for your patience in listening to all of our comments tonight. I will skip back to what you presented at the beginning of this meeting and say, while I have everyone's attention, simulcasting is not a good idea. If you want data, I recommend you look at schools in the St. Helena School District, which is coincidentally the wealthiest school district in the state. It's the best of both worlds. Virtual students will suffer and in-person students will suffer. The reason you will need additional supervision is because the teachers will not be available to either population. I hope everyone considers this when a decision is made this week. You need teachers dedicated to just online students and/or teachers dedicated to just in-person students, but not both at the same time. Stephanie Mariquin Levine. And the last one is Brian Black. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Thank you. That was hard for me not to sing. And that's the end of.
Thank you, Trustee Barnes. I appreciate that. All right. Dr. Hildreth, do you have anything you want to make in terms of a comment before we went off to public comments? I didn't know if you had any comments that you wanted to make.
I just want to say thank you again to all of our families, all of the teachers, everyone who has shared an opinion this evening, especially with the acknowledgement of how difficult it is for everyone, that we all are thinking about what is going to work best for our children, our individual children as parents, collectively for our children, which is how we see the children in our schools, that those are our kids. And as we make these decisions, that is what we have in mind. What is the safest way we can bring students back so that those who need to stay in virtual where it's working for them? We've heard comments of students who are thriving in a virtual setting. And then we've also heard comments of students who need to be in person. And looking at how can we do that still in a safe, steady manner as we begin to prepare for the fall as people have asked. So I just want to acknowledge that we hear you and that we are going to continue to outreach so that the decisions that we continue to make or the recommendations that we bring forward to our board represents the voices of the many that we serve.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Hildreth. All right, board, do we have questions or comments or discussion? Vice President Wong?
So a couple of questions, and I know, Stan, you're going to probably pop on, and I think this was said by Preston as well, and I'll just raise it in a couple of I know that our teachers, is that considering the class sizes of TKK, why couldn't we have a different model? We've invested in separate kind of facilities to kind of keep them separate. And the models that you presented for pre-K to 5 just don't align with actually even our traditional schedules. So why couldn't we actually do something slightly different that would align with those communities' learning needs on both the teacher and student front?
Yeah, we could do something different. There have been some discussions with kindergarten teachers on possibilities to alter slightly. So there could be some different things based on the size of students in the classroom, right? It's different schools have different amount of people that are going to be virtual and in person. And so not all the sizes of the rooms are the same across the district. So at this point, we have a standard model that we know can work, but that doesn't mean we can't modify it.
I would encourage us to look like most of us have been to a lot of the kinder rooms, and some of them are huge. They're 2-3 times the size of a regular classroom. So again, encourage you to kind of just think differently. And maybe it's not a 2-day-a-week model, maybe it's more, given the distancing possibilities within those classrooms.
We'll definitely explore that, and we'll definitely want to encourage as many kids that we can safely put with the teacher. We're definitely going to want to do that.
All right. And the other question I have in terms of, and this just because it also applies to me, but I know it applies to a lot of families, is that how are you accounting for sibling groups that are in different type of, for example, TK5 and then 6th grade? Because that's me, but there's also a lot of people in that situation.
That outreach will be done at the site level because the principals know their families the best. So even there are different situations for different families. It's not all of them want to actually be on the same schedule based on different reasons, because there's a lot of unique family needs. So our principals are reaching out and talking to families to find out which ones would be in the best, would be where they would want to be placed. And we're going to do our best to accommodate everyone as best we can.
And I think additionally with that, in terms of siblings, because that has been a question that we've heard, that we will be working in terms of scheduling. So for example, if a family is choosing the in-person model and they're in group A, that the siblings in that family are on the same schedule. So those are the pieces that we will be working on with the school administrators.
Okay. And then I have another question about moving on to secondary. Your YOLO model, and I know enrollment is about 60, I mean, I don't know, the projected enrollment in July was about 60 students. And so wondering why you couldn't return, again, more than just 2 days a week versus an AB model.
Yeah, it's about, it's closer to 90, the total enrollment. So it's still a possibility. One of the things is also to maybe do it at a smaller level first, to phase it in, to see where if there are any gaps But I know that Director Burns is looking at possibilities of doing just what you just said. So there is some data I think he's still missing from some of the families who haven't replied yet that they're trying to do outreach with. But that is something that's a possibility of happening.
Okay. And the other thing is, have we considered teacher rotation for our secondary versus having the kids move just to limit? I mean, I know there's lots of, it's just challenges in secondary.
We have considered it, and we have tried models to put it together. It hasn't fit in the attempts we've made so far. So that goes back a couple of months when we've met with some 6-8 teachers in a focus group to try it. So it doesn't mean it can't happen, but so far we haven't put that together.
And Vice President Wong, just to add to that, in those models, if we are simulcasting, we'd want the teacher to be properly set up to do their virtual instruction. A lot harder to do that as a mobile. So that was something, an earlier consideration prior to the simulcasting, but we definitely want them to be in the best situation to teach, both virtually and in person.
And then last question, because it was brought up, and probably a question for Dr. Hildreth. This is really just for the remainder of the school year, right? We're not talking about next school year, because we're hearing all these things about negotiations. In my mind, and I'll just be transparent about it, I'm still, like, with vaccines and everything, thinking that we're opening up in a traditional model in the fall. I'm just gonna put that out there. And so, but there's just all this kind of scuttlebutt and talk. And so I just want to be clear that what we're talking about right now is just for the remainder of the school year. Is that correct?
That is correct. We want to maximize these last weeks for instruction and allow families to have their children in a model that is different than what they are currently in, if that is what is going to be in the best interest of their children. But what all the discussions that we have had thus far are through the end of the 2021 school year.
And I know that people couldn't hear me during the budget hearing between my mask and my computer not working, but also we did request that there are parents who want still remain a virtual option, right? And so the request was to figure out what a virtual academy would look like. So We're not mid-year shifting. So I just want to be like, I know that I've gotten some of those questions and people probably didn't hear me for a number of reasons, but they probably saw my face. So I just wanted to kind of confirm that that's also something staff is looking at because of the budget session discussions also last week. I feel like it's been months, but it's only been not even a week.
And it's something that when we look at what are the possibilities and the opportunities that have come out of such a difficult year, having a virtual academy or that option for students who it is working for, we've seen that as something that should be continued.
And then the last question, because I know that we've seen the data, is just to be transparent and just to talk, majority, I just want public to know the majority, if not more than a majority of teachers have indicated a desire to return to campus.
Yes.
So that I just want to kind of falsify that. Like, there's a narrative out there that we've seen the data. We know that our teachers do want to see their students as much as their students want to see their teachers. And so I just want to acknowledge that. So, okay. I think that's
Thank you, Vice President Wong. Yeah, and just to piggyback on what you said, we've had the discussion about the virtual academy for quite some time. Actually, we've had that as a potential option dating back until last year when we had discussions about this. So I think that is something that definitely has to be included going forward into next year as well. Excuse me, it's getting late. Before I make my comments, I want to see if there are any other trustees that have comments or questions, discussion items. Trustee Barnes.
I just want to clarify, because I know we're looking at definitely considering the virtual model as much as we consider the in-person model, or at least students. And so when we've talked about challenges for simulcasting the younger grades, and I wonder if we have any, if we can clarify a little bit about what some of those challenges might be.
Yeah, sure. Well, just the classroom management is quite different from a primary level to a secondary level. And teachers have a different type of interaction sometimes with students at that level. The style of teaching varies quite a bit. So as they get older, and this is not true in every sense, but it's basically you're doing different things with the students. The students have different types of questions, and they're younger and more needy, quite frankly. So that's kind of just summing up in a general sense. So that makes it kind of hard to do something like that, to keep a first grader, second grader stationary for a long period of time. Can be a very difficult thing. And if the teacher is on the computer working with her or his virtual students, when those students are moving around, it's difficult to supervise and difficult to give the attention that is needed. I'm not saying that can't be done. There are districts that are doing that with elementary. One of my models also chose to do it in a different way, which is more of a meeting room for community building rather than just an academic sense. But another model, of course, had it being the all day or the total in-person and virtual experience. So the entire live experience was with simulcast. So it does some things for us, but it is a difficult model for elementary, and it's one that I'm seeing mostly used in the secondary level, not in the elementary level.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Clerk Venegas? You're on mute, Al.
I'm sorry. In hearing all the comments from the community and seeing our models, I do, if I'm understanding it clearly, and just for clarity for all of us, there is talk and conversation and looking forward to adding enrichments and sports and activities. So the models are just instructional time. So that's my question. And also if we can clear that up for our parents, that this is instructional time. These models are based on instructional time. And obviously there are campuses that, have the dual immersion program as an example, or we did talk about athletics coming back. And, for parents, that day could look differently depending on interest of students, as well as capacity of staff and all of that. So I did want to just touch on that first. If you can just clarify a little bit, so parents know that they were looking at the instructional time and how we're looking to potentially build that out.
Correct. So yes, that was the instructional time. When we said in person, we were talking about the time that they were with a teacher in school. We are looking at adding several programs to our campuses, to each of our K-8s specifically. And one includes a sports program that involves a character building through sports. And so, of course, that would not be able to have the capacity to have every student who is on campus that day to go into that program, but we can have multiple programs. So that's what we're working toward, in creating more programs that can do that. We have a couple that are lined up so that we have students that can, right after they're done with their instruction, they could be a part of that program. We really want to take a targeted approach, because we can't do everyone at once, particularly right off the bat. So we want to look at, okay, who would need this program the most, and start with there. And in addition, even during the in-person time, we have some flexibility built in with some of our schools and some of their unique needs, so that they can have some autonomy in organizing that time the way that it best benefits their school. Because we do have some unique things going on at individual schools. And we're not ruling out the possibility that there could be some students, based on their special needs, or their special situation, that they may be able to get included even more in the model than just half time of the week. They might be able to get more, but again, we wouldn't be able to do that for every student, but we can look at who needs it the most and try to do something there. So we can do some things instructionally, but we are looking at building our enrichment programs after that AB block is over with, so that those students could just rotate right into that. And then they could catch the bus in the afternoon when the upper grade kids go home.
Okay, yeah, obviously being in the north side and having Alcorn being a unique dual immersion opportunity, right? That's definitely something that has came up in specific students, like you said, targeted students. That would be, I'm assuming, an example of a potential opportunity there. And the other thing I would also encourage is finding ways to have on camp, or I know right now, I believe our lunch is pick up and go. And I know we wouldn't just be able to say now everyone can eat on campus necessarily, because we still want to follow safety measures. But I would encourage our campuses to find creative ways to remain safe, but also, allow our students to feel safe on campus and being able to have their lunch on campus in a sense. I wouldn't suggest indoors necessarily, but most definitely look for ways to use our campuses so that our students could enjoy a nutritious meal on campus for sure.
Yeah, I think, I think kind of a sort of phased in approach, so we can see after we get back, we'll see what is working best. And as we get confident, we can add in more details like that. And I think that's a good idea. And I think you'll see more and more of that. What you're seeing now is kind of a phase in as well. We're having more things on campus now than we did a month ago, because when we were in purple, there were a lot of restrictions to who could come on campus and how many. And so the things that we're talking about here, even though they don't involve our staff, we still could not have done those on our campuses when we were in the purple tier. So now we're in the red, we can do those things. Hopefully the data will keep going better. And but this has opened up a lot of things, obviously, and that's why you're seeing more kids on campus. And you will see more kids on campus going forward in the future.
And again, just to the last thing is to what Vice President Jackie Wong was speaking on. This is again talking about having the option. We did hear a lot of parents saying that they are thriving. They are thriving. They are finding a way. Teachers are doing an incredible job. Everyone's doing what they can with what they can, and I think in knowing that there's an option, and again, we're attempting to come back so we can see where, if any gaps, and attempting to make the adjustments so that it could be a smooth, smooth rest of the year, or in as well as learn. I will also mention, just because I don't think it got mentioned tonight, but I know the fall came up already. Obviously, at some point, not to put it on the plate already, but I know people are going to start thinking about summer school and how that's going to kind of opportunities that they missed out on, or learning loss, or any programs that can help our students continue to develop. I'm sure they're going to be coming up, those questions.
Yes, and I can tell you that we are actively planning that, and we are planning something at every site this year. In addition to what we've had already at summer school every year, we are planning a learning boost at every site. So more details to come very soon. But I like the initial plans I've seen, and it's something new for WSD. We've never done it like this before, and because it's going to be at every site, and again, targeting those who need it the most based on data that we're going to get. So I think that's going to come, and we're looking for that to be an in-person program that in the summer. So just to kind of give you a little bit of I don't know, a preview.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. Just to assure any families that are watching that are with Washington Middle College, I know they did not have a schedule tonight, so can we just give them a shout out that they're being thought of and worked through? Okay. And those plans are being done specifically with their school site and communicated with them?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. As the health guidelines change, we know they do regularly. In fact, just this week, we started hearing that testing requirements might look different of schools just this week after our staffs worked really hard on those pieces. So my question would be, we've heard a lot of comments about wanting to be open full time. And I know it's hard to see, you know, my friend in Florida or my sister in Colorado or my neighbor over here. But can we speak to the specific guidelines that we follow in our community for our state public health, for our county public health, and that as those change, that we will adapt and have the commitment to our community that as those change, that we will also adapt in line with that. Dr. Hildreth, can you speak to that for our community?
Yes, this, as we've seen, this is a time of adapting, of being flexible, and what we've all experienced is the constant change in our guidelines and our tiers. And so we are looking at what each tier recommends in terms of what does that mean for how we can move forward in reopening our schools. We will continue to follow the guidance. We will continue to get updates from Dr. Sisson and from the Yolo County Office of Education, along with our Department of Public Health. We've heard conversations, or we've looked at our data and our dashboard that shows that we could possibly be in the orange tier by March 17th. But that really right now is a focus on the testing cadence. That really isn't about changing anything that's happening in terms of reopening our schools. And so we have new guidelines and regulations that have come from the governor that we still need to review and read. And so we're just really being thoughtful that what we're sharing with the community is based on the most recent guidance that has been shared publicly.
Thank you. And I think, and I've said it all along, so I'm just going to share it again, is that the more a teacher has their full caseload and they cannot be in two places at once. And so the more time with students here, the less time over here, because they can't all fit in a classroom, your full classes. So that is our challenge that we have moving forward. And I want to speak to how that COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted our community. We have some schools where there's a higher percentage of families that are considering staying virtual, and not always because their children are thriving. This is a hard time, but because they feel it's the safest place for them. And so we have to make sure we have 40% of our families doing that we're going to get our kids open and on campus. We know that. We've never said in a board meeting here that we wouldn't. But we also need to make sure that our students that are remaining have a good, positive experience, because they are due that under the law as well. We did have a strong model that I felt did meet the needs to have the least amount of independent time, which I worry the most about for our youngest kids. People have said be a model for others. I talked to a Davis administrator just this week who said, oh, Washington Unified was our inspiration for our model for elementary. It was so good because it was the least disruptive. But I understand that that brought challenges in terms of the later time and getting kids there. And I understand that that was not a model that was presented this evening. But so the models this evening are that give and take of independent time. That is what we now have, because the other model is now been taken off the table. So I teach in a model like that, and I know the challenges of that, which is why I've spoken to that the whole time. For our working families, I want to make sure everybody understands that may mean that your child is independent. Well, it will mean for a longer period of time. And so that will be a challenge we navigate as well. Also, our teachers, I know, are very concerned about the time of interventions with their children, small group with their children. They could do that in the other model. They cannot do it in this model the same way. And so we need to help find ways to do the gaps. I volunteer already, and I will keep doing it. And other teachers, take advantage. Friday, I will help you. And so that is a challenge for our teachers, is how do you meet the needs of your children with half the time, with less time? And so I've looked them in the eyes, how are you doing? And I see tears, because people are right on the edge, working very hard, trying to serve their children the best they can. And this model will come with some challenges and give and take, they all do. And so I want to thank you very much to the staff that has come up and listened and heard the challenges and needing more morning time. And I appreciate you very much. You've worked incredibly hard on this. And but know that it gives give and take. And it does impact our kids who are virtual. It's going to change their schedule, and they're going to have less time as our in-person students. And we need to be aware of that and very sensitive to that. And lastly, I will say that I hope that our outreach specialists, teachers, all hands on deck, can reach out to families that they know could benefit from in-person, that maybe haven't signed up for it, to say what are the challenges, and if they're, and honor the health and safety if they're worried about that. But if it maybe it's a conversation of explaining what we have done in the classrooms. I wouldn't vote for any teacher to go into a classroom I would not go into, or any staff member. We've had staff working, and I would do exactly what they are doing and have. And so I do believe that we have done a lot of safety pieces, and we might need to talk to some of our community there, but also respect that they stay home. So thank you for letting me say that. Thank you for letting me share, and thanks for my colleagues for your comments as well.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Sorry. So I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. I'm going to start off with my question. The last survey that I saw the stats from, I saw them broken down by school. And one of the things that I noticed that several schools in the north had a very low return rate or response rate. My question is, the survey that was recently sent out basically said that if you don't respond on this survey, that it's going to be assumed that you're going to go virtual. So my question with that is, did we see an uptick? Because I don't know whether or not, I haven't seen them broken down by school site recently.
I can, I'm gonna, Director Matt Ainsworth has been working directly with that survey. I do believe when you looked at it last time, when you mentioned it at the board meeting, that there was definitely some new information. I think you mentioned one school that they didn't have a lot of information on the data that you looked at, but as it turns out, that school has almost got, at least for their primary elementary piece, they've got most all their families for that particular school. But Matt, if you're on the call, could you maybe give a little bit more?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thank you, President Pizzotti. And yeah, we do have those updated numbers to share. And it's pretty striking. The northern schools have a far better response rate than the south schools, and it's really representative. And it's the hard work and the constant outreach by the administrators and the support staff and the teachers that we've asked them to help get the word out. And so yeah, we feel that we have a really fair representation across the district. But we can get those sent over as well.
No, I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure that you know, what I saw was alarming, and I was concerned that you're going to have classrooms with potentially 5 kids in them. And I know that's not indicative of what I think everybody would want. So I thank you for that.
I would also add, President Pizzotti, that I think the data you looked at was when we did send out the survey, but what Director Ainsworth was just talking about, that was the result of the outreach at those sites.
Good.
So maybe, you know, that just does tell us that maybe there's less response online from certain communities, and that if we're going to get that community's response, we have to be very grassroots and hands-on. That would be my take on it.
Yeah,
and also just to clarify, I'm sorry, President Pizzotti, we did post a deadline. We've left that open just because we wanted to make sure people can continue to make the most informed decision. So that is, the survey is still available if anybody wants to try it again.
Thank you. And I do appreciate that. And as I was saying, I think Ms. Lopez was right on her comments that sometimes the online format does not reach the, you know, the numbers that we want them to. So with that, I want to also talk about some of the challenges that each model shows. It seems as each model is going to have some shuffling of students, correct?
That is correct. There's going to be some disruption to where students and who the adult that they're working with.
Okay. And model number 1 was the one that had the least amount of disruption, correct?
Correct. And then just to kind of square it away, the model 3 doesn't have a change of who the scheduled teacher is. It's just that the teacher may not be able to return, and therefore they don't have the same person.
I was getting to that as my next comment.
So model 1 has, of the 3 models, model 1 has the least amount of change.
Okay. And then which model has the least need for substitutes?
It's probably a tie between 2 and 1.
Okay.
And to answer that, I really think it's probably closer to 2, because again, we are removing the virtual would go into its own program, and then we would be able to identify the exact staffing that we need to fill that program. But again, that's the one that has 40 to 50% of students would get a new teacher.
Right, exactly. Okay.
And that's the cost that comes with each one.
So the model that has the least amount of disruption to students and the least need for staff, new substitute staff, is model 1. Okay. One of my other concerns is for those with IEPs and 504s. That's always been a really big concern of mine. I just want to make sure that we make it a public statement that they will have a prioritization, and those that are struggling, because the teachers all know who they are and they've worked with them. They're familiar with what their needs are. I would hate to see those students be placed into another classroom, you know, mid-year or closer to the end of the year, when a disruption like that, especially to students that really need really to have their special needs met, and with a teacher who already knows what those needs are, can be quite disruptive. And it could be a challenge for any in-person instruction for those kids as well.
We agree that should be our priority.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to end my comments and bring it back to the board. Is there any further discussion
No, I mean,
Vice President Wong?
yeah, I just want to be clear, and it is equity, right? Like when you talk about our
Mhm.
special needs, our English language learners, our unduplicated foster youth, is that when we're thinking about, I think Stan, you've kind of said, well, this might, in terms of a targeted way, students may be able to be more than part-time, more than 2 days a week. So I just want to just put it on record that when we're talking about equity, we're talking about those students in greatest needs that we have a legal obligation to, right, from that equity lens, and that we're working with teachers to evaluate who that is and how to best meet, similar to 504s, IEPs, et cetera. So just wanted to be on the same page of what that meant. That it's just not the loudest people who are getting more days, but it really is this thoughtful, targeted way if we're increasing instructional access, right, that it is equitable.
That is correct, and one of the main reasons why this important conversation needs to include the school sites and the teachers and the principals, because they know their students and they know what they need, and conversations that we may need to have with parents. And it goes back to that outreach of who we're trying to hear from, so that when we do make schedules, we know that we are addressing those prioritized needs.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to be clear about that because we've kind of tiptoed around it, and it's been mentioned. And equity doesn't mean equal, because I think people who want to say equal here this time, that's not equity. That's not equity. Equity is about name and need and about kind of what our legal obligations are to certain target populations, right? So I know that we did a lot of work on that equal is not equity. And it has to be targeted, and sometimes some kids get more, and that's okay. Because we have an obligation to that, from my lens, to those communities. With that said, I think that what will be helpful to staff is for us to be clear about the plan that the majority of us prefers, right? At all levels, so that staff can go back and have the conversations with the teachers and faculty that they need to move forward, because I know that we promised publicly the community a date by Friday, and we are, and I'm not one to, say things and take it back, especially when now it's in writing, Dr. Hildreth, that we need to be clear, this board needs to be clear about the plan that we want to proceed with, and then go from there. So it's not a voting, I don't know if it's a voting thing, but maybe it is, who knows?
Well, it's an action item, so I think we should at least make a motion and go with to be clear. So do we have a motion on a model?
If discussion is over, I guess
Discussion is over. Trustee Barnes, do you have another question?
No, but I just want to be clear that we're all, when we say model, whatever number, that we're all clear about what model.
Can you run down the model numbers for us again, Stan, so we are all on the same page on which model numbers we're talking of?
Or put them on screen, just for one quick
Right.
review again.
Sure thing. Yorgos, am I allowed to do that? Or do you want to just put them on?
Yes, give me a second to toggle between screens.
No worries.
Are you looking for the elementary or the secondary?
The elementary.
Okay.
I don't think there was variance in the secondary. So
Yeah.
unless there was kind of a lot of pushback, I think the model itself was simulcast from my lens. We can start with that while Yorgos gets ready. Makes sense for me. But yeah, as we think about the TK5 model, I think, again, I put it on record that, like, I think we just need to treat our TK, preschool TKK differently because of all the unique opportunities there.
Yes, we will, and we have been in conversations with our TK and K teachers on that schedule, recognizing that there needs to be something different.
And Vice President Wong, just to clarify, that we do have a more preschool focused version of this AM/PM in-person core with adjusted times to lower the amount of time on campus that more closely matches their traditional schedule.
Their traditional model.
But in general, the model would be the same.
And I know that you have work group meetings with staff and parents on the secondary, but just generally the simulcast, I think, was the bigger thing in consistency. From my perspective, I don't know where other board members were, but.
So this was the first model, and it's basically an A-B schedule for students, and it's an AM/PM version. So AM/PM is the in-person core, and then you have PM kind of a virtual core that goes with it.
And Stan, before we go off, just to kind of clarify, this is very similar to the model that our SDC programs, our elementary SDC programs are using right now, with the in-person in the morning and the virtual students in the afternoon.
Great. All right, can you move on?
Model 2 was an AB 4-hour block. And this is the one that we mentioned that it has a block of time, but a large portion of students would lose their teacher.
Okay.
And of course, they're all AB with morning core and for the in-person.
And again, the benefit for the virtual only students would be assigned to a virtual only teacher and be able to follow the current virtual schedule.
Okay. And then model 3, please.
Model 3 is also an AB 4-hour block. This one, though, includes simulcasting. So all the students are together virtually. The teachers doing Zoom or Google Meets in the classroom, and all 3 groups, whether they're in person or the next day's group, the B group, or the virtual group, they're all in there together.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and to Trustee Kirby Gonzalez's point, this is the one that would have the limited independent time because they meet their hours in the simulcast.
But can I just have you please explain the 25 substitutes? Because I think that I think what is really not being followed along is how hard or how difficult it is to find a substitute these days.
Yes, it is very difficult, and we are actually in the process of acquiring them for the rest of the year. So we're kind of like having them right there, ready to go when we need them. So, but 25 is a challenge, and because this is just the elementary program, this isn't even talking about all the other substitute needs that will happen. So basically, this is the situation is even if all the kids are in the room via Zoom, the truth of the matter is, if I want to be in person and my teacher cannot return for some reason, there still needs to be supervision in that classroom with those students. And so we're approximating that this would happen 25 times in the grades 1 through 5. And that presents its own challenge of getting the right supervision for those students. So even though those 25 students are in person, they're not necessarily with their teacher because they would be getting someone who's covering for that teacher, either a sub or some other staff member.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, have we all seen the models now and are clear which ones we're leaning towards? Is there any motions? Okay.
So it's not, as I said last time, we're not going to please everybody. We never will. Right. And I think that on balance, in terms of how to roll out, when we want to roll out, kind of the administrative need, the HR needs, the AM/PM first model presents the best. But I also want to be clear what Clerk Venegas said is kind of considering lunch on campus and outside post lunch on campus, other activities for targeted students. to extend that on-campus time. That isn't necessarily about the teaching time per se, but is an enhancement and a true enrichment outside of that. So I would propose that with those modifications, as well as the separate modification for TKK, and having that just separate conversation with those teachers. And I don't think you need to come back, because I think you'll have a handle on it, because at least for Southport, it's already an AM/PM model just in a regular year. So I have confidence that you will figure that out.
And I will take that as your motion.
Yes.
I will second.
With all of those modifications, yes.
So moved by Vice President Wong, seconded by President Pizzotti. Do we have any further discussion on this, or can I take the roll? Okay.
I'm assuming this is on all models, and so I'll just add one point for the high school as we think about their simulcasting, is that the Learning Center that gives extra support, if we can look at having a credentialed teacher in there or a substitute, somebody who can directly help them and answer questions. Again, it's all volunteer. And you utilize volunteers for these as well, who can help students for that. And my only other discussion is I will go with this with my board colleagues. Again, commitment to volunteer and to help kids during the independent time. And I hope our community of cleared volunteers helps too.
Thank you, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. And with that, I will call the roll. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas. Can you say that again?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. So we have our adopted model.
Thank you.
So is there any other comments that you would like to make, Dr. Hildreth?
I want to thank the trustees for being very thoughtful, thinking about the pros and cons of each model, recognizing that there is no model that's perfect, but we're looking at one that could help the most students with the least disruption is really, I think, what we've been focused on. And now we will be able to utilize these schedules with staffing and creating class schedules to share with our teachers and get them the information that they need.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
President Pizzotti, can I just ask that we reiterate with all of our families who are here? I know it was already said, I know a letter's gone out, but people are anxious for a date, and that we just reiterate what you already said, which is when they can expect that to come.
Yeah, Dr. Hildreth, go ahead.
Yes, so the date for returning to school will be announced on Friday, March 5th.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah, with that, I see no more business coming before the board. Therefore, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Vice President Wong. Sorry, I'm a little late.
Second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Clerk Venegas.
Aye.
Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Everyone, thank you so much. And everyone in the public, thank you for your comments and your time. We do really appreciate your feedback.